Everyone, it's time to call this meeting back to order. I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark is away on city business, I think at the Industrial Heartland. Councillor Tang.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette, I think, is also still away on city. Oh, but he's here right now.
I'm in and out, but good morning.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Elliott.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, and Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Sorry, I'm just plugging in my phone because I got my charger. Thank you, Councillor Tang, for your charger. That's very helpful. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just to my colleagues online, there are 5 of us in the room, which means I need at least 2 people with cameras on, at least, preferably 3, as that would provide some flexibility if a member in chambers here has to step up and walk out. So I'm just going to ask for your support on that, if possible, because technically otherwise, if I can't see you and we're not above that 7, that makes it a little tougher. So I'm going to ask, I'm going to keep an eye on because I need to see a few. Let's go here. Before we formally get going. Even if you're in transit to City Hall, as an example, in a vehicle, that's fine. A camera on is better than 0 cameras on, even if it's facing the roof of your car or something like that. That would just give us the official, yeah, I think. So I'm going to check in with all of my online colleagues, whether that, thank you, Councillor Jans is there. Yeah, I appreciate that. I need at least one more, whether it's Councillor Elliott, Parmar, Principe, who am I missing? Rutherford left the meeting, but I think might be in person right away too. So Councillor Stevenson, anyone else? I need at least one more before we keep moving. There's one more in person, but I am going to very much lean on my online colleagues here with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in person, and currently Councillor Jan's online. If anyone has to leave chambers, that leaves us with very little flexibility right now. So if folks online, I appreciate everyone's busy on things. If you can at least 1 or 2 more in the next little bit to put online gives us a little more flexibility in the chambers here. So perfect. So we've got enough to continue on. And now we're going to move into what was next item 3.3, which was the department presentation from Urban Planning and Economy.
Good morning. My name is Kim Petrin. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Urban Planning and Economy. Joining me here this morning is Kent Snyder, Branch Manager, Planning and Environment Services, Alyssa LaLiberty, Branch Manager, Economic Investment Services, Travis Pollock, Branch Manager, Development Services, and Mike Clue, Department Strategy. And our business partners are here from Finance as well. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. Urban Planning and Economy plays the role of imagining and planning for a future city that is a healthy, urban, and climate-resilient area that supports a prosperous region. This department shapes the way Edmonton grows by planning change in its urban form, stewarding the environment, and fostering prosperity to move our city towards this vision. Our complex works requires that we work with partners and customers to drive change and deliver excellent services that support all Edmontonians. Urban Planning and Economy's role in advancing council priorities would be focused on economic development and growth management. Next slide. The services that Urban Planning and Economy leads are environmental stewardship, land development, and economic development for the corporation, and support public safety by enforcing bylaws, provincial acts, and safety codes. Next slide. Urban Planning and Economy, or UPE, has a 2026 operating budget of $205.3 million, a four-year capital budget of $206.2 million, and almost 700 full-time equivalents. We are proud to make Edmonton the best place in Canada to invest and to deliver housing, facilitating a $5.2 billion of construction in Edmonton last year. We moved forward with 5 priority growth areas based on the city plan's nodes and corridors, or effectively leveraging dollars from partners with leverage ratios up to 1 to 24 with economic development grants, and supported over 178 active projects through the Clean Energy Improvement Program last year. Our department consists of 3 branches: Planning and Environment Services, Economic Investment Services, and Development Services. The Planning and Environment Services branch includes Environment and Climate Resilience, Urban Growth and Open Space, and Urban Strategies. The Economic Investment Services branch leads economic development, including downtown economy, local economy investment services, regional development, and strategy and emerging economy. The Development Services branch supports development in Edmonton and includes planning coordination, subdivision and development coordination, development approvals and inspections, and safety codes, permits, and inspections. Finally, within the Deputy City Manager's office, we have a team of administrative staff, as well as our communications and engagement team and the department strategy team, which are common functions in each department. The staff and FTEs for the Deputy City Manager office are nested under Planning and Environment Services within our budget system and will be presented there throughout the presentation. FTEs within the department perform a diverse range of activities that provide valuable services to Edmontonians. The Planning and Environment Services branch includes just over 190 staff. Economic Investment Services has 50 staff. And Development Services is the largest branch with approximately 455 staff. Our higher ratio of out-of-scope staff is due primarily to the number of engineers in the department. We are bound by a number of external legal requirements while also stewarding bylaws, regulations, and standards owned by the city. We are legally required to have a municipal development plan, which is our city plan, as well as legally required to have intermunicipal development plans, intermunicipal collaboration frameworks, a zoning bylaw, an energy transition strategy, and a climate adaptation strategy. The department's 2026 budgeted expenditures are $209.4 million, with a net operating budget requirement of $71.4 million of the tax levy budget. The largest funding source is from user fees, which includes $70 million from the Planning and Development business model, with the remaining from municipal reserve collected from developer in lieu of land contribution, recoveries from EPCOR, and vehicle for hire fees. The tax levy budget is allocated among 3 UPE branches and will be explained in detail on each branch summary. Transfers from the reserves are mostly for the transfer from the Planning and Development Business Reserve to support planning and development activities, as well as transfer from the Sanitary Servicing Strategy Fund, transfer from the Revolving Industry Servicing Fund, and the Industrial Infrastructure Construction Cost Sharing Program. The remaining amount is from intermunicipal recoveries for the recovery of various projects, including Infill Infrastructure Fund and the recovery from the Planning and Development business work for development application work. The department's expenditures are split 55% personnel and 45% non-personnel. The department has a $209.4 million expense budget, which funds 695.4 FTEs across 3 branches and is the largest expense category. The Utility Others budget category includes the Sanitary Servicing Strategy Fund, payments to EPCOR for major sanitary projects, including the Riverview Pump Station project, as well as potential payments to Enoch Cree Nation for the White Mud Drive upgrades, renewable attributes purchase agreements, the Downtown Action Plan, and the Industrial Infrastructure Cost Sharing Program, and the Revolving Industrial Servicing Fund. Transfers to reserves category includes transfers to the Planning and Development business model, funds in lieu, parkland purchase, and natural area reserves. The external services budget includes environmental initiatives and Planning and Development business model funded projects. The intermunicipal charges budget includes $10.2 million of shared services costs allocated to Development Services Branch, as well as on-demand charges for HR, parking, and facility maintenance charges. This slide shows the expenditure budget and revenue and recoveries budget of $138 million for each branch. The difference between the expenditures and the revenues is funded by the tax levy of $71.4 million for the department. Further details will be explained in each branch section throughout this presentation. As mentioned, UPE is primarily funded through City of Edmonton revenues with $71.4 million from the tax levy. The 2023 to 2026 capital budget does include $23 million from the province for the Village at Ice District site servicing project spanning beyond 2026. There are projects led by our department that are funded by the federal government, such as the Infill Infrastructure Fund, but that budget sits with the Housing Accelerator Fund and Community Services. This slide provides an overview of capital profiles managed directly by Urban Planning and Economy. The department manages multiple profiles that fall under three categories: community revitalization, or CRL, investments, land purchases, and development services technology enablement. The CRL investment manages a budget of $104 million for initiatives providing vital community infrastructure and improvements in Edmonton's downtown and the quarters, driving overall investment in those areas. The investment in land purchase of $96.2 million includes land acquisition for park purposes and natural area protection in the River Valley and Ravine system, the acquisition of land for school and park use, and redevelopment opportunities in both mature and growing neighborhoods. Development Services Technology Enablement of $6 million supports continuous improvement and funds investment in technology, business process optimization, and staff capability as required to enhance customer experience, improve and optimize service delivery, and maintain technology. As with most capital budgets, our ability to achieve our goal is impacted by inflation and interest rate increases. We are also balancing the enjoyment of Edmonton's River Valley and open space while preserving its future for Edmontonians. UPE manages a number of funding agreements with external partners to support their operations. The most significant ones including Explore Edmonton, whose budget was increased to $22.7 million in the 2025 fall SOBA, promotes the development and growth of the visitor-based economy, as well as to improve the quality of life for Edmontonians. Edmonton Unlimited, approximately $5.4 million annually, offers the tools, connections, and programs that help Edmonton's entrepreneurs start and scale their business. These organizations are strategic partners that help advance the city's priorities. UPE manages a number of grant programs that support economic growth, enhance urban vibrancy, empower local businesses and organizations, and build strong, resilient communities. Significant efforts have been made to align grant programs with the municipal funding arrangement policy and connect the programs to city priorities. Some of these grant programs include the 2021 Edmonton Economic Incentive Construction Grant, the Brownfield Redevelopment Program, Energy Transition Rebate Programs, Edge Fund Phase 1, Heritage Program, and Downtown Action Plan grants. I will now pass it over to Kent Snyder on the Planning Environment Services branch.
Good morning. The Planning and Environment Services branch is the city lead for long-range strategic planning. The team assists in defining the blueprint for our future, specifically where Edmontonians will live, how they will move through the city, and how we will remain a financially viable and climate-resilient community for generations to come. Our work is fundamentally strategy-focused. We translate Council's direction, robust community engagement, and data-driven research into plans and policies. In addition to the strategy focus, the branch has some operational responsibilities, like the city's environmental management system. I'll go into a bit more detail on some of the branch's key activities on the next slide. As a reminder, as noted by Kim earlier in the presentation, the budget numbers and FTEs on this slide include the Deputy City Manager's Office, Department Strategy, and Department Communications. These teams coordinate, facilitate leadership decision-making, service improvements, and develop internal and external communications. The budget for the branch is driven by population growth, the number of hectares developed, federal and provincial legislation, and the extent of public and private investment in our community. Additionally, the pace of implementation of the city plan and the city's energy transition and adaptation strategies are budget drivers as well. The $80 million expense budget is funded by tax levy, transfer from reserves, and developer contribution revenue. Some of the key expenditure items include 26% of the budget is for the drainage infrastructure payments to EPCOR for major sanitary sewer projects. 7% of the budget is for payments to supply the corporation with 100% renewable energy. 31% of the total expenses are for the personnel budget supporting 190 FTEs, and 14% of the expenditures support external services which allow for specialized expertise and surging resource capacity. I'll now provide some highlights for the three sections within the branch. Starting with the urban growth and open space, which has the largest program budget in the branch. It is also unique in the branch in that it contains significant revenue along with the largest expenditure. This significant revenue and expenditure is associated with the Sanitary Servicing Strategy Fund. The city sets and collects developer contributions, the revenue, manages the reserve cash flow, along with transferring funds to EPCOR, which is the expenditure, for the construction of large drainage infrastructure that is in accordance with the plans approved by Utility Committee. The remaining budget in urban growth and open space allows for the provision of two high-level activities. The first is supporting the management of citywide growth. This includes managing city plan activations like the Infill Infrastructure Fund, and exploring how the city assesses the financial impact of growth and the development of new funding tools. The budget also allows for robust growth monitoring that informs policy development and service delivery planning for business areas across the organization. The second key activity of the section is strategy development and stewardship of the city's open spaces. This includes the assembly of the open space network through the collection and management of the money in lieu of municipal reserve dedication from developers, more revenue in. The team also creates park and river valley strategies, regulations, and standards. Another important activity is coordinating with the local school boards to implement the joint use agreement and working with Alberta Infrastructure to ensure future school sites are ready to accommodate provincial school construction. Lastly, this team provides open space and ecological expertise to support the review of land development applications. Moving on to the environment and climate resilience section, this budget funds environmental stewardship and climate initiatives that support the corporation and community. Corporate-focused activities include the management and procurement of renewable energy for the corporation. The team also works with operational groups to explore ways to reduce their energy usage with the goal of utility cost savings for the city. Additionally, this section is responsible for the city's environmental management program, which provides support across the organization to assist business areas in complying with over 150 federal and provincial environmental compliance regulations and standards. External focused activities include support for the community's energy transition and climate action through initiatives like the Clean Energy Improvement Program. The team's work also enhances our resilience to current and future threats. Examples include the wildlife fire strategy, the water shortage response plan, home retrofit upgrade initiatives like the Clean Energy Improvement Program, and the identification of neighborhood climate-related risks and mitigation plans. Lastly, the budget for the urban strategy section provides strategic guidance to support implementation of the city plan through mobility, land use, urban design, and heritage preservation. Examples of the work include developing strategies like the BRT corridor planning and the preparation of the mobility network assessment, which establishes a technical recommendation for prioritizing upgrades to the mobility network. The budget also allows for traditional long-range planning activities like preparing updates to the city plan, refining district plans, refreshing downtown policy, and conducting other neighborhood planning activities like Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy. This slide shows examples of some of the branch enterprise performance measures. The graphic on the far left side shows we are making progress towards the infill targets contained in the city plan, with an estimated cumulative 32% of new dwelling units being added through infill. This measure is encouraging and shows that we are generally meeting the city plan target set for the 1.25 million population horizon. The middle graphic is showing that more Edmontonians are living closer to high-frequency transit. This is important as the city plan has a target of 50% of trips being made by transit and/or active transportation. And the last on the far right, we are also measuring our progress towards the city's energy transition targets. The graphic displays that we are seeing lower energy use per capita in Edmonton. This is an encouraging trend and shows that we are making progress. The risk challenging this progress is that attaining our climate targets requires significant sustained investment, which will be impacted in times of financial constraint. I will now turn the presentation to Alyssa LaLiberty to provide an overview of the Economic Investment Services branch.
Thank you, Kent. The Economic Investment Services branch supports economic development through advancing economic development strategies and supporting business startups and growth, industrial and business development, and downtown economy. The branch budget is primarily allocated to two key areas. The first is business grant programs to implement economic development strategy. These items are captured under the $9.3 million in other charges. The second area is personnel and includes $7.2 million for 50 FTEs that deliver business services directly to the Edmonton business, investment, and development community, including grant administration. This budget is driven by business growth, Edmonton's economic conditions, and emergent economic priorities such as downtown. Funding is primarily through tax levy with a small transfer from reserves to manage property improvement grants for projects that are implemented across more than one calendar year. Although not captured in the branch budget, it's also important to note that the city's economic development grant programs are leveraged to attract additional investment from private industry, other orders of government, and other sources. On average, for every dollar the city invests in a business grant program, an additional $3 are attracted into the economy. This means that although the city provides $9.3 million in direct grant programs, on average, an additional $27.9 million is also invested from other sources. Next slide. When looking more closely at where the $19 million economic development budget is allocated, most funding in the branch is allocated to local economy and investment services. The $7.8 million expenditure budget includes personnel and funding to support business grant programs such as Brownfield Redevelopment, Storefront Improvement Program, Corner Store, and the Edmonton Edge Fund. This budget is higher than the other categories because it also includes the branch manager's office and external partners funding to Edmonton Screens and Health Cities. Within strategy and emerging economy, the $6.9 million expenditure budget is mainly related to personnel and supporting the Downtown Action Plan, Chinatown Strategy, Chinatown Vibrancy Fund, Green Economy, Winter City, and CRL oversight. Within the Regional Development Program, the $4.4 million expenditure budget is mainly related to personnel and supporting the development of legally required intermunicipal collaboration frameworks and intermunicipal development plans. Next slide. This slide provides a look at our CRL projections as of December 31st, 2025, and provides a preview of the CRL annual update coming to Executive Committee on March 26, 2026. It's important to remember that these are long-term financial tools and infrastructure investments where infrastructure spending is traditionally heavier in earlier years so that borrowing and borrowing costs can be repaid over the 20 to 30-year term. All CRLs are currently in a deficit position. Belvedere CRL is projected to end in 2032 with an estimated $1 million surplus, while the Quarter CRL is currently forecast to end in a shortfall. The green lines on the graph demonstrate the different medium scenario forecasts for the downtown CRL. If only projects with approved funding are implemented, the solid green line shows that the downtown CRL is projected to end in 2024 with a surplus of $411.9 million. On the other hand, if all projects in the CRL plan are funded, The dotted green line shows that the downtown CRL is projected to end in 2044 with a deficit of $92 million. The CRL update is brought to Council on an annual basis to help understand changes in the environment impacting forecasting over the long term and to inform Council decisions on a regular basis related to these revitalization areas. Similar to what we're seeing with Edmonton's economic forecasts around growth, we're also seeing growth in the number of businesses in Edmonton and therefore the number of businesses looking for support from Business Friendly Edmonton, with users reporting high satisfaction rates. Although this shows only one area of performance for the branch, we are seeing other similar trends for increased investment support and grant applications. We've seen a decrease in the last 2 years of private development in the CRL areas. These are the revitalization areas of our city where development is a challenge and growth can be bumpy. This is likely less of a reflection of a long-term trend and more of an impact of the Economic Incentive Construction Grant. This COVID response program likely pulled development forward from later years and into 2022 and 2023 as designed by the program. This demonstrates that an incentive program can influence development patterns as intended, and we may see similar increases in construction value in the coming years with the Downtown Student Housing Incentive Program and the Attainable Housing Program if approved. I'll now pass it over to Travis to talk about development services.
Thank you. The majority of the development services budget is funded by the planning and development business model. While it is the largest branch in the department, the tax levy funding only makes up approximately $8 million or 7% of the branch's budget. The budget is driven by delivering services related to land development applications, including plan amendments, rezonings and subdivisions, servicing agreements, development and building permits, inspections, enforcement and compliance activities, and zoning maintenance. A total of $109 million is budgeted to deliver this work, with the majority of these expenses dedicated to personnel, supporting approximately 454 FTEs within the branch. The remaining funds, going clockwise on the chart and starting with orange, are allocated to transfers to reserves for the planning and development and vehicle for hire reserves, and in red, payments for infrastructure projects through the Industrial Infrastructure Cost Sharing Program. In the light blue, external services in the form of contractors, which we utilize to augment our inspection teams to deliver timely services. And in green, shared services through interdepartmental charges such as comms, engagement, and legal services. There are 4 sections within the branch: planning coordination, subdivision and development coordination, development approvals and inspections, and safety codes and permits inspections. The planning coordination section shows up as the team at public hearings reviewing plan amendments, rezoning, and zoning text amendments. In addition to the personnel budget for that team, this section holds the branch-wide expenditures, which is the majority of that $42.9 million green bar that you see. This is mainly comprised of shared services and on-demand charges, transfer to the Planning and Development Reserve, the Future Growth Area Servicing Study, and the branch manager's office. The Subdivision and Development Coordination section delivers services related to subdivision, servicing agreements, engineering drawing review, and inspections of contributed assets. The approximate $24 million expenditure budget is mainly comprised of personnel, the budget for the Enoch Cree Nation White Mud Drive upgrades, and payments related to the Industrial Infrastructure Cost Sharing Program and the Revolving Industrial Servicing Fund. Within the Development Approvals and Inspection section, the approximate $19 million budget is mainly comprised of personnel to deliver the services related to development permit approvals, development compliance activities, vehicle for hire, and business licensing. The Safety Codes and Permits and Inspection team administers the Alberta Building Code within the city, and the approximate $23 million budget is mainly comprised of personnel and external services budget for inspections and contractors. On the revenue side, or the blue bars on this chart, the branch's planning development business model related revenues have been allocated across the sections. You will notice that there is unequal distribution of the revenues across the sections and that some sections do not recoup all the expenditures while some overcollect. The business model is designed to be cost recovery as a whole across the development continuum and not by individual service line. This allows flexibility and responsiveness to service demands across the system. This is a busy slide, so bear with me here. The Planning and Development Business Model, or the PDDM, is a self-sustaining operation that provides activities, programs, and services that are outlined in City Policy C610. In addition to covering expenses related to delivering development-related services, at its core, it operates to smooth out the inevitable ups and downs of the construction cycles to ensure a revenue source and relatively stable staff levels where knowledge and skill aren't lost during downturns, which then in turn creates gaps in ability to meet service levels once demand returns due to time lags for hiring and training. In accordance with the policy, the minimum reserve balance is calculated as 30% of budgeted expenditures. This was represented by the red dashed line. And the targeted balance is calculated at 75% of the budgeted expenditures, which is represented by the purple dotted line. As of December 31st, 2025, year-end reserve balance is at approximately 99.6% of the budgeted expenditures and is above the targeted balance. The reserve balance is reflected in the green line on this graph. The revenue favorability that has led to the growing reserve balances is primarily driven by sustained development activity and higher revenues per permit. This performance reflects the resilience of the Edmonton economy throughout 2025, driven by residential construction and redevelopment activity, which carried forward the momentum from a record-breaking 2024. With the current strategy and the current economic outlook, forecast indicates that we will start to draw upon the reserve at the end of 2026 to fund the services, but we will remain above the target balances for the year. Administration will continue to review forecasts regularly and update projections on when the reserve is expected to drop below the target balance. Administration continues to work on a revised strategy which will be presented to Council in the Q3 2026 operating financial report. Looking at these lines and notations also tells a story. I'll draw your attention to the left side of the graph, and it's important to note that in 2012 to 2017, at which time the reserves were not allowed to grow as intended during a period of high construction activity. During that time, expenses were added to the business model over time, treating it as a non-tax levy funding source. When the economy inevitably slowed down, expenses exceeded revenues and reserve capacity to cover them, putting the balance below the minimum threshold to critical levels. At this time, and in alignment with audit findings, a new business model was put in place and non-PDDM or planning development related activities were removed. Effective management and adherence to the policy is imperative to ensuring the long-term fiscal sustainability and our ability to deliver timely services to our customers. Overall, our permanent license service level targets are being met, and our customers' satisfaction scores remain high. However, with record permit volumes in recent years, we have seen a decline in some service levels and customer satisfaction as our staff struggled with volumes. We have a culture of continuous improvement and innovation in the branch and are working to improve and streamline our services across the board. Past improvements have been made on the residential side, and now our focus shifts to the non-residential and small businesses, as Kim will go into further.
Next slide, please. We often refer to the Canadian Home Builders Association benchmarking study as a point of pride, considering we have been named the top municipality in Canada for residential approvals, which are a major factor for enabling healthy housing supply. This slide provides a deeper look at the results. While we were number 1 overall, the study ranked the 23 participating municipalities according to municipal fees and charges, approval timelines, and planning features, which is an index based on best practices, policies, processes in place. Overall, this study confirms that Edmonton is taking a balanced approach to service delivery and remaining competitive with other major Canadian jurisdictions. It also highlights jurisdictions we can look to for inspiration and to share best practices. Research and engagement are two distinct disciplines for gathering information to provide insights that support influence or inform decision-making. Both fields utilize a range of qualitative and quantitative methodologies and techniques. Public opinion research measures what people think, needs, perceptions, attitudes, preferences, behaviors, and why. Its primary goal is to achieve statistical relevance, allowing the results to be generalized to the entire population. Methods include surveys, focus groups, and observational studies. Public engagement is about inclusivity, accessibility, relationship building to capture a diverse range of perspectives, especially those impacted by decisions. It creates opportunities for people to contribute to the decision-making process. Techniques used include the Engaged Edmonton online platform, workshops, and chat with a planner sessions, among others. Within our UPE context, we strategically use both research and engagement to inform policy decisions such as the Ribbon of Green, provide key insights for recommendations like short-term rentals, influence decisions and future planning like priority growth areas. Both disciplines are essential for continuous improvement of our internal delivery processes, which will benefit future research and public engagement efforts. UPE has completed 5 audits since 2020 and currently has 2 open audits which are on track to be closed later this year. We are always striving to provide better service and make a bigger impact for Edmontonians. We are often highlighted for improving our permit and license services, but we take the same approach to making all of our grants, services, and supports accessible to Edmontonians. It is also worth highlighting that many of our corporate climate and environmental protection programs result in efficiencies in addition to minimizing the impact on our operations. When comparing the cumulative change to the net requirement, the department has above and below that of the corporation. In 2020 to 2021, there was a decrease in the budget due to COVID-19 reductions, the transfer of planning, coordination, and subdivision sections from one branch to the planning and development business model, and workforce strategy initiatives that eliminated vacant positions. In 23 to 24, their funding grew following the approval of several service packages, including the city plan implementation, energy transition strategy, and the Chinatown strategy and downtown vibrancy initiatives. These packages also included incremental increases that carried over into 2024. 2025, the budget decreased due to the reductions to help offset structural budget variances across the corporation. This included the cancellation of the Development Incentive Program, reductions to the Community Energy Transition Strategy and Heritage Program, and the transition of enforcement services from the tax levy to the Planning and Development Business Funding. In 2026, the budget increased as external service budgets were reinstated following the one-time reduction in previous years. The UPE department has achieved budget reductions of $72.9 million cumulative over the past 10 years through various strategies, such as corporate ride reduction initiatives, including reductions to consulting and external services, as well as vacancy management, reductions to programs such as the Development Incentive Program, Community Energy Transition Strategy, and the budget for carbon offsets, and review of funding sources, where we shifted the tax levy support to the Planning and Development business model for enforcement and compliance activities and the downtown CRL. And we also create efficiencies through our e-services implementation. In our work to build a city that reflects the aspirations captured in the city plan, we are regularly weighing trade-offs with policy, infrastructure investment, incentivizing the private sector, and being responsive to the needs and expectations of today's Edmontonians. The work we are advancing, which Council will ultimately direct, includes climate action, economic development, and growth planning, with bodies of work through the reports all coming to Council in the coming months. Ultimately, we focus on making data-informed decisions to influence the future. Many investments and policy decisions today will benefit future Edmontonians and future councils. We know that policies often have costs to the city and to the economy, and we strive to ensure that every policy adds value and solves the right problems. The work ahead of us in the next several years includes aligning policy, infrastructure, and financial system to achieve City Plan's vision and ensuring that we are appropriately prioritizing Edmonton's prosperity and strengthen our tax base to put our future city in a better financial position. And with that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And next we'll move into questions. And so please feel free to click on the board if you have questions related to this presentation. I think folks are clicking on, just hang tight. There we go. Started to pop up. Councillor Wright, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I just wonder, slide 19, excuse me. Can I sort of get maybe a definition of energy? Like, what does that include? Electricity, natural gas, solar power? What?
Yes, Councillor. So you're referring to the graphic where we talk about per capita energy use. So that's in its entirety. So what you would define as renewable and non-renewable energy sources. So just total energy sources.
Okay. And so I think it's stayed relatively flat, the consumption-wise, but per capita I know has dropped. And I'm just wondering what actions have we taken that directly impacted that reduction?
Part of it is not related to city actions in terms of, as we know, our homes in Canada and our lighting sources and our everything, appliances are much more energy efficient, and so that's a significant portion of it.
Okay.
Additionally, our work in terms of as a corporation, although we're a really small piece of that, of purchasing renewable energy is also contributing.
Okay, perfect. I just have a number of questions here. I'm looking at sort of the variances in the I guess the initial financials that were provided. Like the utilities and other charges. Where is it? Like there seems to be like actuals is well below the approved budget, and I'm just wondering why we have so much approved budget and continuing it on into 2026.
So Councillor Wright, speaking from Economic Investment Services, most of our grant charges fall into that other charges category, and they typically, we sign a grant agreement in current fiscal year, but we need to carry those dollar amounts into future years. So they're allocated but not spent, because we typically pay on a reimbursement basis to help manage the risk. So that's why you see it looks like it's unspent, which is true from a cash flow perspective, but it has been allocated.
Okay, thank you. And then the transfers from reserves as well, actuals 10 million in 2025, but yet budgeted quite a bit higher.
So
Same
same
thing?
thing. So,
Okay.
and a lot of that will come from our property improvement programs, which tend to be a little bit higher. And so brownfield redevelopment is a great example where they're larger projects, they're longer term, they're higher risk. So we need that reserve to manage it. So if projects don't get completed by a certain time frame, we carry them over because we want to make sure that those projects get completed within the parameters of those grants.
Okay, perfect. And what was the other one? Oh, the downtown CRL. So that you said that includes current projects like Event Park, Windspear.
Yes, so the plan includes all approved projects, but not all approved projects in the plan are funded. So that's why you've got the two green lines on the graph to show you the two scenarios. One is current state, so if you don't approve any further projects, you will end in a surplus. If you approve existing projects for budget and you approve all of them, that end, based on our forecasts today, you will end up in a deficit. So things like the Windspear has not been approved yet for budget.
Okay, so that would further increase the deficit come.
No, it goes towards, that amount would fall in the, if all projects are supported, it would fall into that scenario.
Okay, still the dotted line, still into a deficit.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, sorry, let me say this a different way. So it's showing current status or everything. So the Windspear would fall within the surplus amount because the total amount is still less than what we're forecasting if only approved projects with funding go forward.
If only approved projects with funding.
Yes.
But Windspear is unfunded.
It is unfunded, but if you remember, so we are forecasting a surplus of 411.9 million. Windspear is 33.4. So if we add Windspear to the currently approved projects, you still have a lot of runway in that surplus.
Okay, and what happens to that surplus in 2044? In 5 seconds or less?
Not enough time. Councillor
General.
Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate the overview. And, you know, no pressure, but this department does have two of our major strategies as a lead player on that for growth management and economic development. So really trying to understand current state. So it seems like presently there are about 50 people working on local economy and investment services.
In economic investment services, we've got about 45 people working on economic development proper and another 5 who are in the regional space who work on intermunicipal planning.
Oh, okay, that's helpful. And then, forgive me, something that's a challenge for us is in terms of, funding service packages and then sort of where they land. And so I believe we funded the industrial hub. And so where is that sitting?
So the industrial hub is in the regional team, is where it sits currently.
The regional team, so that was the group of 5?
Let me just look at the slide here, Councillor.
I'll just note, while Alyssa's looking that up, Councillor Stevenson, that the regional team did lead our work with the Edmonton Metro Region Board, and since it has concluded and their work has transitioned into the intermunicipal planning work, we have maybe some updates to make to how we are naming and some of our functions.
Okay, well,
But the industrial hub is within Alyssa's team.
is within,
So in total, there's 17 in that team. The hub is 5 FTEs.
5 FTs of
Yeah.
the 17. And then, sorry, the other 12 are not the former EMRB folks?
Yes.
They are.
Yeah, we've got 5. When I talk about those that work on the intermunicipal plans, that's the 5 former EMRB supporting staff.
Okay, probably getting a bit into the weeds, but just, understanding the current resources that we have, and then recognizing this is a priority. Is this an area where we expect to see greater resources directed?
So Councillor Stevenson, we're working on an update to the Economic Action Plan that'll come forward to you in April. And as part of that, we're also preparing an unfunded service package should Council want to move forward into this space further.
Okay, great. Then just in terms of the urban growth, or managing urban growth, so there's an urban growth program and then an urban strategies program. And who is the group that's doing sort of that growth monitoring? Yeah.
Sure. The urban growth monitoring, or the monitoring piece, is in the urban growth and open space section.
Okay. And how many people there again?
So that entire section just focus on growth management and the monitoring and running the infill infrastructure fund and doing the financial assessments are 17 FTEs.
17. Okay. Thank you for that. A question on the development services business model makes a lot of sense. So I appreciate we're in one of those moments where we are drawing down from the reserve, just as planned, which is excellent. I'm just wondering how we redeploy the permitting resources. So again, there's a slowdown, that would mean a lower workload. So how are we using folks in those lower times?
So we're still not in a lower time yet. We're still chewing away through record demand from 2024, 2025. As things slow down, there's work to catch up on. And there's also improvements, so we lean heavily into the improvement side. The work obviously doesn't stop. It just does slow down, so there's sided desk projects that look into the improvements across the board in terms of where that capacity is.
Right, some of those strategic opportunities that improve workflow.
And we may hire, if there's someone that leaves the organization, we may hold that position.
Right. But recognizing we do want that capacity at the ready. And just with our safety code officers, I see that they're sort of listed as FTEs. Are they FTEs or is it a contract model?
It's both. So the majority of the work is completed by FTEs. There's about 130 staff in there that do both building permits and inspections. Throughout the year in 2025, we contracted about $3.3 million worth of contract services, mainly on the inspection side. And that's done through 3 inspection teams that are been onboarded, including the First Nations Inspection Authority. So what that team does, or what the contract and how we use contractors, is basically that surge capacity to help cover off volume so that we're not overhiring and then also swinging right back and laying off in times of bad. So in total, they did about 30,000 inspections for us last year out of 180,000.
Thank you. Councillor Chance.
Awesome. Thank you. First of all, I'm gonna look at slide 19, I believe. I'm looking at one of the key performance measures for planning and environment services. Am I reading that correctly? That we've had over the last 4 years between 83 and 87% development within 500 meters of high frequency transit. Is that correct?
So, okay, yeah, the high frequency transit, so that is referencing not distance proximity to the LRT mass transit corridor, but just 15-minute frequency of transit. And so you are reading that correctly, that 87% in 2024 Edmontonians were within over 70 or 87% within that 500-meter proximity.
So that's not a development stat. That's just a population stat.
That is correct. That is not a development. That is a macro look at the city.
Okay, so when so 80% of Edmontonians live within 15 minutes of high frequency transit in 2024.
Correct.
And do we have and you chose this measure because ultimately that's the goal. It's about population. It's not about development. It's not about workforce or something else.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, there are a number of other indicators we look at when we talk about transit, but this one is referencing people and high frequency routes.
Wow, that's really impressive. I'll turn to open data friends to see what that would look like mapped, because I'm sure that'd be a really cool heat map, and I'd be curious where the 13% that are not within 500 meters of high frequency transit, where they are and how we can ensure we can service them. Offhand, do you know where that is, where that 13% is?
I don't, but I would highly estimate or suggest it's on our edges of our new communities.
Right. So as we're developing, we may not have had the line in yet or something like that. So,
Likely.
okay,
Yep.
that's exciting. That's a really cool stat. Jumping now to slide, I think 31 here. Am I reading correctly? Like development support services is supposed to be full cost recovery, but it's not. It still has it appears to have um, a subsidy, but I think, is it Calgary, for instance, Calgary is fully cost recovery?
So development services in the planning development business model is fully cost recoverable. I'm not sure in terms of slide 31 which row we're looking at, but both Calgary and Edmonton operate on a similar system of a planning development reserve.
So one more time. So development services is full cost recovery in Edmonton.
The services related to the delivery of planning applications and development applications, there are portions within development services that are tax levy funded to the tune of about $7 million. That includes our business licensing team, our zoning maintenance team, as well as some pieces around our compliance activities that aren't related to development.
Right. I understand. I think I saw something online that if we had the same charges Calgary did, we'd have an additional 20 million a year. What would that be in reference to? Are these charges not standardized across Alberta?
Our planning fees are all planning fees are set within the municipality. We do jurisdictional scans when we look at fees to see how we are competitive across the nation. But those are set individually by each municipality. In terms of a reference to what Calgary charges, I'm not sure how that would relate to Edmonton's fees.
Right, because they're set separately. But the objective, do we have as an objective we're looking to get 100% cost recovery?
That is the policy, that we are 100% recoverable.
Okay. All right, and looking at the chart then on that is slide slide number 31, I guess. Yeah. So we are extremely competitive there in not just our fees, but in terms of timelines and everything else. So that's quite impressive. It's a good work there to all parties involved.
Yeah, I think through these benchmarking studies, it shows that Edmonton is extremely competitive on timeliness as well as cost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford is next.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where to start. I think I'm going to start with this is again where I kind of asked questions about the methodology and how we can kind of change data to meet whatever narrative we want. So I appreciate that Councillor Jans is excited about that high frequency transit. But why are we using high frequency transit and not what is in the city plan where we talk about mass transit plan? Why did we use high frequency transit instead?
Councillor, we use both.
But why did you use that one in this slide?
It's one that we haven't regularly brought forward and thought it would be interesting to bring it forward. But there are a
Okay.
number of, you're absolutely right.
So
there
when
are a
you
number
say
of-
within 15-minute frequency, is that 24/7 or during peak times?
I believe the definition, and I've got some clarification here, is during peak times.
Yeah, peak times, okay. What are peak times?
I don't have that in front of me, but it is every 20 minutes during peak times.
Okay, I'd like to know what the peak times are.
We can provide
And
that.
because again, there's a lot of, for example, areas of the city where people work shift work.
Yep.
So that sounds like a relevant stat until you start to dig into what it actually means to actually having people use transit. The 93 million for grant programs to business, is this something that you'll be looking at in terms of the results-based budgeting and coming with recommendations?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll be looking at the value and impact of the programs to help inform what we consider advancing in the next budget.
Okay. And for the downtown CRL, I remember getting a list and a memo of all the things that were unfunded, but this was a little bit outdated. Can you resend that with an update?
Yes, absolutely.
That would be great. And so is administration's recommendation, I know we're not making recommendations today, but, as you're looking at that chart with the downtown CRL, would we want to try to, obviously at the end of the day, it's council's discretion of what their tolerance is, but you're basically, everything that we add now will chip away at that 400 and some million.
That's potentially accurate, Councillor Rutherford. What I would say is, because these are long-term investment tools, is that annual report is really key for recalibrating, because your forecasts will change every year based on economic conditions.
Because that graph is a point in time whereas like even when we've discussed the CRL, the Community Revitalization Levy, in the past, we've had the best case, worst case, and midpoint scenarios, right?
We do that for downtown because it is your most significant and impactful CRL. You get those 3 scenarios at every annual update.
Okay. And no matter what we do with Belvedere and quarters, we're kind of seeing a deficit at the end of this CRL term.
Belvedere, you're in a surplus position of $1 million, and that, my understanding...
1 million?
1 million.
Okay.
There's still another land sale expected, which isn't reflected there yet. So it's small, but it's
better than nothing,
it's
yeah.
better than
It's
hitting.
better than deficit, yeah.
Correct. And the quarters with the Chinatown strategy report earlier this week, we got a motion to look at housing in Chinatown, and looking at the CRL is one of the options for the quarters.
Okay, and that could potentially improve that projection?
So it would be similar to what we did with downtown. We'd have to take a look at the neighborhood, what are additional projects that could be added, socialize that with the province. So it's a long process to get there, and we're starting to look at what's possible as a result of that motion.
Okay, that's great. And I just wanted to ask about, under the environmental planning, kind of what proportion of your budget is allocated to specifically River Valley protection and work?
Okay.
Do you know that number?
I don't have that number directly in front of me, and it would be only a representation of our branch. And River Valley, there's a lot of others in the
Yeah,
organization.
but I guess, but like a lot of the times when we've had service packages coming, like I know the trail strategy, it was an unfunded that we ended up funding in this last, but that is for your department, right?
That is correct.
So I would want to know I want to get a sense of what is funded and not funded around River Valley as well.
Really quickly, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, do you want FTEs or the budget for like land acquisition and things like that?
Is it possible to get both?
It is
All right,
possible.
we can come back around. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question about the enterprise performance measures. Just wondering how exactly those measures are chosen, which ones have been presented here. And I'm sure there are so many measures that you could have chosen. Is there like a strategy or reason for the measurements that were chosen?
Overall, you're absolutely correct, Councillor, that there are many of these we could have included, and we tried to pick ones that give a good breadth of the work that the department does.
Okay, and then is there anything like going forward? Would you be measuring to these measures that, like going forward, that you've presented to us here? Otherwise, I don't see the benefit of showing measurements if, you know, following up, we're not going to see, like use this as a baseline or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, many of these are reported on Edmonton.ca and are included in the performance report that will be coming forward as well, and they're tied to our corporate business plan where they're reported.
Okay, so we'll kind of be continue using this as a measurement.
Yes, that's correct.
And Councillor Principe, these are a snapshot. Like we didn't include all of the ones that we look at in terms of how we deliver our service or run the business.
Right. Okay, great. Thanks. And then on attachment 1, page 8 and 9, when I read the complexity, it sounds very similar to the role of Edmonton Unlimited. So I'm not sure if there's overlap, if who covers what. It's like I'm trying to get an understanding of the different roles here.
So the lead, Councillor Principe, for supporting our innovation ecosystem is Edmonton Unlimited. And the City of Edmonton works with Edmonton Unlimited in connecting within the ecosystem, both through their funding agreement, but also through some of our own city-led programming. So one of them in particular, which is a non-procurement program, so there's no dollars assigned, but there are staff, it's called City as a Lab. So if there is someone in the Edmonton business community that has a product or service they'd like to test using City of Edmonton infrastructure, the City of Edmonton works with those businesses to see if we can put a non-procurement agreement in place to make that happen. An example is Wild and Pine. We have given them access through an agreement to city land that needs reclamation, and they're working on reclamation of that land free of charge to test their project. So that's an example of we as a city have a role to play, but we're not the lead. That is Edmonton Unlimited.
Okay, I see. I think those are the only questions for me at this time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the presentation. I had a similar question, just coming back to the benchmarking slide for residential approvals. So understanding that we are operating on or the intention is to be cost recovery for municipal fees. Calgary is also supposed to be cost recovery for municipal fees. I'm still not quite understanding how they're recovering so much more and what they're recovering that we're not, and maybe structurally what's different there in their approach.
So this benchmarking was done by CMHC. It isn't our own benchmarking study. In terms of their municipal fees, again, they set them independent of anyone else. So outside of doing an in-depth analysis of what Calgary does versus us, I don't have that answer. What we do is a cost of service study over multiple years. We just finished one in 2024 to reflect the cost to deliver per permit and to see how we are tracking across the years and how and where efficiencies are gained within our system, not necessarily comparative to others.
Okay.
So really important point of clarification, these municipal fees include off-site levies
I was
as well.
just going to ask that.
So cost recovery is associated with planning and development fees for permit applications, whereas this includes capital infrastructure, things
Okay.
like that.
Okay, so that leads to my next question. So if this is inclusive of off-site levies, my understanding is that Calgary has a much more robust off-site levy system than we do. Fair, is that true?
Our off-site charges are about 50% less than Calgary's.
Okay, so if those are not being captured, so it sounds like in Calgary's case, those are being captured through off-site levy. In our case, that is being captured just in general tax base.
It's a different system. They look to seek to recoup different pieces of infrastructure through their offsite levy system than we do. Currently, our offsite levies are restricted to fire halls and drainage infrastructure through our permanent area contribution system, the PAC system. The arterial roadway assessment doesn't function as a cost recovery, but it functions more as a cost share model with industry.
Right.
Sorry,
So-
amongst industry players, not with the city.
Gotcha. And so I'm thinking about the cost of growth report that's coming back. What is that? Much later this year. And in that report, I think it talks about, or the motion asked for some options to come back around funding models and tools to support the provision of services, amenities, and growth. Is there going to be some degree of comparison to see what other municipalities are doing? I think that could be a really important opportunity to see how things are structured in Calgary, how things might be structured on our end, and what other tools like offsite levies we could leverage in order to close that gap.
Yes, Councillor, that is part of the work, to that jurisdiction scan.
Okay, so was a jurisdictional scan specified, or are you folks just going to include that, or would you like explicit direction to include? I think it's just such an important point.
It will be there as part of our review and recommendations to council. What we bring forward, that is just business as usual. So
Okay.
it's being done.
Great. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang is next.
Great, thank you. So I'm wondering if in your current work, do you have a lot of like legacy work that's been just kind of carrying on for a while? Maybe to Kim.
I don't think so. I think over the last couple of years, at least since I've been in the role, we've really tried to focus on priorities and what we can do within the resources and budget that we have. And that direction from council. So I'm not sure if you have an example in mind that maybe we could comment on, but.
No, not necessarily. I think in this exercise, if you do identify them, I wonder what kind of internal discussion you have around it. Does this align with the strategy? Should we stop this? And so I'm asking for a bit of that, I guess, internal thought process.
Yeah, and definitely since as the discussion was yesterday around council priorities, that's part of what we're working as a leadership team, both from the executive leadership team and then with this table at the department level around how do we further refine in terms of the actions that we'll take and the work that we're bringing forward to council to help inform our 4-year budget.
Okay. I'm thinking of the environment branch. I feel like over the years, that slide about where have reduction been, I feel like that particular team, and correct me if I'm wrong, has shrunk. If I think about just years ago when I was involved in the community and the number of staff that would come forward to do presentations on different projects, to where we are today, we don't have a lot of those projects, like let's say Mill Creek daylighting. And I'm wondering if well, first of all, are there shrinking are there shrinking? I'm assuming yes, because you're showing there has been reduction. Do you think we've lost opportunities too? I know the exercise is like, how can we be leaner as a corporation, but are we also losing opportunities? Like economic investment, are we by shrinking, by reducing costs, are we losing opportunities to increase our commercial and or our non-residential base in other areas? Do you know what I mean?
There's always a reflection of pace.
And trade-offs.
And so that's definitely something that we're working to do as we present a 4-year budget for council based on the direction that we're getting in terms of council priorities.
And if you were to say, I think the two areas Councillor Stevenson identified as economic development and growth, if we were to accelerate those two priority areas, you know, where would you add strength, I guess where would you add fuel and where would you take away fuel?
So part of our work over the last year has been to refresh our economic strategy, so our economic action plan. And that's exactly the work we're doing right now. And we're bringing that report in April, which will articulate that conversation for council in terms of pace. You know, there's a business as usual approach, there's a go fast approach, and there's probably something in between. So we'll work through what those options are and the associated impacts and the return on investment. So that information will be for council when we come forward with that report.
Can I ask, back to the environment branch? I think we all know that's important, but it's not right now. Is it in the 4 priority areas? It's not in the priority or the principles. How would you work to align that?
So, Councillor, the recently released council priorities and principles, we're still working through what that means and how all of the city's work fits into those and complements the the principles. There's a number of different ways that it could be looked at. If there's a climate lens to many or all of the decisions we make to support council's priorities, that is available. So it isn't necessarily that we view them as they're excluded, but we need to work through every climate action that is brought forward to reinforce and support council's priorities.
Because I think there's a bit of assumption that things started previously will just continue. But I'm like, if they're not explicitly identified as a priority, is it just going to drop off? So anyways, I want to flag that because
Can I also state, too,
Sure.
we've got a really important council check-in coming around everything climate in June, where climate will confirm that pace and what's important in climate action.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. A few questions that I had. I wanted to just circle back to the conversation, and this maybe even ties a little bit to yesterday's sort of more general conversations, since you flagged city as a lab. You know, we used to have capital city pilots that, from what I can gather, if we're being frank, didn't seem like it generated the outcomes we were hoping for. And this ties a little bit to the overall question around innovation I was chatting about with Mr. Robar yesterday. So how do we, is it fair to say capital city pilots maybe didn't deliver? I'm not gathering that there was major successes from that.
It certainly didn't have the uptick we were expecting from it, and it's because one of the critical success factors that our business community told us was missing, and that was capital, so funding.
Yeah, okay. And so as we think about the need for continuous improvement, innovation, tapping into, you know, the startup community, tapping into the entrepreneur community, what does that look like, and have you started to play out what that looks like going forward? Because again, I'm sort of worried about I think there's some branches that want to do this that run right into it head first, and then there's others that are like, well, maybe we'll get to it at some point. So what does that look like from how this affects your department and then broadly the overall city?
I'll start, and Alyssa can comment further. Certainly, you know, our work in development services has been a place where we really lean into in terms of innovation, and I know council is well aware of what's happening there. We share our stories and opportunities and connections with others across the organization, but there is a journey of continuous improvement, and I feel confident in that. You know, everyone is committed to doing that, and sometimes there's the resources needed to be able to leverage technology In development services, that technology improvement is funded by the planning and development business model. So there's an aspect of that that's helpful in terms of being able to continue that. But as it relates to an ecosystem, I can pass to Alyssa to comment further.
Sure.
Sure. So we also are seeing shifts in our organization overall. The original economic action plan included process improvements for procurement, for permitting and other things. So it's an evolution in our organization in terms of how we generally are innovative with the business community and how we operate. So we are moving in the right direction there. When it comes to working with Edmonton Unlimited and their role with the innovation community, one of the things that is on our radar screen for 2026 is the Innovation District. So this is connected to Downtown Action Plan and working with Edmonton Unlimited on how we create that critical mass of innovators right in our downtown core. So that's work in progress that, you know, we've got some insights from Capital City Pilots and other things on what we are doing well and where we need to improve, and we hope to bring that forward into that work.
Great, thank you. On the development services measures, I know this is something we've talked about, gosh, for many years, I think, around part of why we set, say, a target of 75% in those spaces is that we're responding to those that might have incomplete applications as well as those that might have a complete application. And I'm curious if you've done work on, or maybe that's already underway, around breaking out those that, if you have a target for those that have done everything and like we know exactly what they should reach versus somebody that's maybe new to the system and they're getting scored or timed around the same metrics.
Yeah, so in general, like that 75% target is representative of obviously the majority proportion of applications. And what it helps is, as you mentioned, sort of separate some of those ones that may not meet our requirements and that take longer. But what we do through these service levels, we analyze these every quarter. And then if there's flags, we pick those out and dive deeper into what's causing those delays, and that's where we get into, is there missing information upon application submission? Is there circulation delays? Are there partners in our circulation process that are taking longer than what's agreed to in the service timeline? So that's where that work is done in terms of parsing out why we're not meeting those targets.
I'm going to be short on time, so I'll move another round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on second round.
Councillor Palmer is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Councillor I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. It's a little slow this morning. And I'll return the chair.
Thank you. I'll take back the chair. And once that's cleared, we'll go back to the board. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Okay, back to my surplus questions with the CRL. Can we start drawing on that surplus earlier, or we will not achieve that nearly $500 million unless we leave it in there?
It's at the end of 2044, and
Okay.
it goes to general revenues should there be a surplus.
Okay. Okay, so we can't get it any earlier. And then, so then in 2044, that's the time when the general tax-paying population of Edmontonians would then reap the benefits of that CRL.
That's correct. So right now, the earnings within the CRL stay in the CRL to pay back the debt for catalyst projects. And at the end of the CRL, that tax uplift remains in the city of Edmonton, or in the general revenues. I will say that base taxes at 2014 also go into general revenues. So this is over and above that baseline.
Over and above the almost 500. Okay, thank you. And then a number of times it was mentioned in the presentation about including the Enoch, the White Mud extension arterial roads. Where does the funding, and I think I know the answer to this, where does the funding for other arterial roads come from within, I guess, the development coordination?
So that's a specific project in which council funded a portion of upgrades to White Mud. in terms of where the funding lies for other arterial roadway improvements, they are outside of development services budget because it is a management of developer funds. So it's not included within the city's budget.
Okay, but as Councillor Salvador, I guess, pointed out, or Calgary does do it differently, where they fund from the off-site levies.
Their system is more similar in terms of it's not a management of a cost-sharing program between developers. It's a collection. So it's similar to our drainage system in terms of the PACs, where the levies are set. The municipality then collects the levies from developers. And then when the funds are sufficient to do a project, then they undertake that project.
The city undertakes it, not the developer?
I believe it's the city.
Okay. And Ms. Petrin, we had talked about, in talking about a potential motion about doing a jurisdictional scan, that'll be included in the other report? We don't need to put that in the motion that?
We don't need a motion for that. There was a motion that council gave subsequent to the work, the report on substantial completion. So that work is ongoing. As part of that report, around one of the pieces of direction was around growth funding tools. We will include a jurisdictional scan when we provide that report.
And will that just relate to things like arterial roads, or will that also be parks and other open spaces?
Full scope, comprehensive.
Okay. Okay, perfect. And I think, yeah. Oh, one other thing in regards to the question around environmental. Wouldn't that also come into play with like growth management, like that we are doing things environmentally sustainably?
Absolutely.
Okay.
One of our biggest emission drivers in the community are buildings and transportation, how we get around. And so if we change our building format and structure and have a more compact city with shorter trips for everybody, that absolutely reduces emissions and gets us further on our climate journey.
Okay. And we've started with having sort of an environmental scan put into our reports, right? That's piloted, correct. And that will continue?
That will continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe just a clarification on the CRL. When I look at the Alberta, the provincial regulations for the CRL, Section 14, my understanding is that the community revitalization levy bylaw is terminated on the earliest of the following. The first is, 30 years from the start date, or B, the date that all borrowings for the capital city downtown revitalization levy area are repaid or recovered. So would it not end, like it could end earlier as soon as we're in the positive balance?
If you're in a surplus position, it can end sooner, but again, the purpose of the CRL is to revitalize certain areas of your city. So at that point in time, you'd want to take a look at where are you at and what does that mean financially and for growth.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just for clarity for my colleagues that we're not going to have a $500 million pot of money sitting there that we can't access until 2044.
Councillor Stevenson, just to add some more details to what Alyssa was saying there. So in 2039 is when we expect the reserve would have enough money to pay up the remaining debt servicing. So after that time is when you close down the reserve, and then the annual tax uplift, which would be around $40 to $50 million around that time, that's what would return to the general tax levy.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, really appreciate that. Thank you. Wanted to circle back on Councillor Tang's question just around, what we're doing with things that aren't named as priorities, and I think that this came up through some earlier conversations, because there are a number of things important to me: climate change, also reconciliation, anti-racism work, and I think the answer we heard at the time was those pieces are baked in. That while we don't need to name them as priorities, we're not changing our approach to that. Just wanted to confirm that understanding.
Yeah, definitely. The conversation around the anti-racism work is now embedded in the city projects we do, and then certainly every time we do any project that we have, we're looking at climate as a portion of a capital project or the work that we're doing continuously. How much we lean into that, I think, will be a product of conversation when Kent's group comes back on the climate stuff with council later. I can't remember when he said he was coming back, but that's coming. So you'll have more information on the climate action and how aggressive we are. But that doesn't change the fact that all the projects we have, we're always looking at the policy direction of council, you know, the climate policies that we put in place already, and that hasn't changed, and it won't change.
That's great, because I think in my mind it's like maintaining what we have. Like if we think about it in budget terms, we have built in some base budget for climate things. And so
Yes.
in my mind, we don't touch that. Right, maybe we don't add more onto that, but the base stays. Is that the conversation I guess we'll have?
Are you asking if we intend to reallocate climate funding to other priorities?
Yeah.
I think we have to take, I think as part of the budget, we'll be taking that and looking at all of that. I think it's difficult to say we'd never do that, but we'd follow the policies that you already have in place.
I think what we're going to take back is obviously we have policies in place. We are going to follow those policies. They're embedded in the processes that we have. As we start to build the budget framework, we're going to focus on priorities. Tax tolerance is going to play an implication of how we build that budget. So we'll have trade-off conversations as we go through that work, but that'll land with council as a conversation.
Gotcha. No, and that helps. I mean, I think you're right. There are many things in the base budget that we might be looking at shifting.
Yeah, I mean, it really is going to be a product of how much volume do we have to play with as an organization, and then coming back to you a package that meets the priority direction that you're looking for. And but if you come to me and say, Eddie, my tax tolerance is 2%,
Yeah.
I mean, things have to go a different direction.
Yeah, no, understood. That's really helpful, and I think those upcoming conversations will be really fruitful. Very last question that I think can be answered in 30 seconds. Utility management. So there's a subservice where we're removing meters and repurposing. Like, what is that line of business? I was surprised to see that.
It's a small component of planning and environment services that is for the corporation, managing all of our utility payments and bills and invoices and meter connections. And so it's a small group supporting that for the corporation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you. So just to close off, because of the River Valley stuff, I think what I'm trying to get at is similar to it's not, we don't explicitly list the River Valley in council's priorities, but we know from the research that we've done that is identified as one of the most important assets and things of community pride for Edmontonians in this city. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely fair to say.
Yeah, so that's where I want to make sure that, and I know there's been times where we've wanted to do things to protect the River Valley, and we haven't had the available resources to do that. So I want to get kind of a scope of that going into the 4-year budget.
Councillor Rutherford, we'll follow up with the details and specifics on that in a memo to council with some of the questions that have been.
Because like even LIDAR, right? Like when we talk, and this is broader than the River Valley, but even like our tree canopy and how often we can do that and how we're making sure we're, keeping our tree canopy healthy.
Point of privilege.
Yeah, sorry, we'll freeze the time. Yes, Councillor Principe?
I'm just having a hard time hearing Councillor Rutherford.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll see if she can be in that mic a little more. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, give it a try.
Test.
That's better, thank you.
Okay. So like all those kind of things I think are really, and we've heard how important trees are. There's been a lot of topical conversations about that. I know we have the report on community standards, and I didn't see anything explicitly in there. Like, how does the interplay, and I didn't see anything in this, when people submit a complaint to 311 about an infill concern, I know we had a report in August of 2024 that talked about how the city was going to look at more of a coordinated approach. There was supposed to be a service package. Council or committee at the time had directed that to come out of the business model. This is 2 years later. I know we've talked about the cap and PIP stuff coming back. what about, where is that landed?
So the coordinated complaint office, or I don't know if that's the exact term, but it has been stood up. It lives in the safety codes inspection team. So what happens right now, and it's still early stages that we're working out the kinks with 311, is how they direct and redirect people through that. And then from that office, the complaint gets funneled to where it needs to go. If it's a CPSO complaint, community standards complaint, it goes over to our community standards folks. If it's a building complaint, it stays within that safety codes team, or if it's a development compliance, it goes into our development compliance team. So there are early...
When was that stood up?
So the hiring began or was formalized in June or July of 2025 to have that lead. And the team has been filled out, which is that one additional hire, and the processes and programs are being developed and implemented currently.
Okay, but has it been rolled out to 311? Because I've just been hearing from residents that they've been being told by 311 that their complaints are too complex to know where to send it to.
Yeah, so the part of that work is to work with 311 and scripting in terms of how to direct where those complaints go, and then that is the landing spot for these quote-unquote complex pieces.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. And so just as an example, if something is, so if I'm understanding correctly, as we're talking about community standards, if somebody puts in a complaint that an infill developer is leaving a bunch of litter around, not picking up after, that would go to community standards versus they're doing a demolition without a permit.
Correct.
So that's a distinction.
Correct, and part of the mandate of that team is to also track the complaints and understand where the pinch points are, so that we can further improve that responsiveness.
Okay, and then in the presentation, I didn't see anything about like response times on complaints. Because again, we're talking about it at a high level governance. We're talking about service standards and what is a service standard. And again, I'm getting constituents that are telling me they're receiving, when they do submit a complaint about an infill compliance, that it could take up to 365 days for that complaint to be investigated. I think about one where a resident said cement was poured on the sidewalk, the public sidewalk. Are we going to be talking about actually improving those services, those service levels in the context of this conversation?
So part of that is to set those service levels. That hasn't been done in the past. The resources haven't been available, and in terms of being able to flex up and down with some of the moves.
So I just, in my last 9 seconds, I will say 365 days for infill investigation is too long, and I want that improved.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to follow up on some of the questions and threads that were being asked around climate, and how this work overlaps with other bodies of work and other priorities. So maybe just a starting place where I'm just recalling we have the annual corporate, it's like strategic risk assessments or risk profiles. Where does climate and climate impacts fall on those overall strategic risk profiles? I recall it being fairly high.
I just need to pull up the report, so if you can just give me a minute.
Sure, and I can come back to that because I'm thinking about some of the underlying principles around fiscal sustainability as well, and cost avoidance by being able to, make decisions today that embed climate resilience into our infrastructure, for example, that would actually help us avoid costs in the future if we know that we're going to have to mitigate those anyways. So just looking for some thoughts there.
So so if you look wide in global trends, extreme weather events, pollution, things like that, they're high on the 2-year, they're high on the 10-year risk scoring, and we've scored that accordingly. So it's scored in if you remember the heat map, it's in the orange section.
Gotcha. Okay, so I guess with that in mind, how is administration thinking about how that ties into the overall principle of fiscal sustainability?
Okay, I'm gonna start,
Sure,
and then they can add.
sure.
So I think as we're working through some of this information, I think one of the ways it ties to fiscal sustainability is thinking about what things that we do in the climate and the environment space actually help the corporation in terms of lowering its future expenditures.
Right.
So I think that's the link to financial sustainability, and I maybe pass to Ms. Petrin if she has anything else to add.
Yeah, so there absolutely is something like Stacy mentioned, energy cost savings for this future, for the city. We also have where climate change is felt is locally, and that would be our infrastructure, our assets during severe events, as well as keeping our folks, our residents safe, being a responsibility for the city as well. So wherever we can de-risk and reduce the risk and be really clear about those trade-offs of investing early to reduce those risks, that's important. Also, the responsibility for recovery is shifting too, and we know the province has shifted recovery cost up to 10% now to individuals and municipalities. And so not only is the actual risk of an event increasing, but the cost implications for local governments are increasing in recovery as well.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate you highlighting that angle as well, and actually highlighting the safety piece too, as we start to see more of those extreme weather events. The health implications are quite real. And then just the only other one I wanted to ask about, and it was kind of touched on, but just knowing that the two primary drivers, land use, transportation, that's directly tied into the work happening with growth management. Yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then just in my last minute here, tie-ins with economic development. Just thinking about some of the work that's happening through the Clean Energy Improvement Program, how that actually supports local economy and regional economy.
So we building the investment in new technology, generally new technology or emerging technology, helps build our local economy in terms of providers and professionals and specialists that are providing that service. And so we do assessments on our programs that the city has had in the past, and not just looking at the emissions impact and the utility cost impact for individuals, but also the economic impact. And some of the programs had a ratio of, for every dollar the city invested in a rebate program, it incentivized $4, between $4 and $8 of private investment, and that investment is happening in our community. So it is building a new economy, a new green economy.
Thank you so much. And I guess you also linked in just an element of affordability as it relates to energy poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, are your questions for in public? Yes. Okay, do you want to move us another round there, Councillor?
Yeah, happy to move a second round. Oh,
Another round.
Another round.
Another round. We don't need to number them.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on another round.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. Fantastic. Councillor Rutherford.
I have more of a broader question to the city manager, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Yeah.
So as we've gone through 3 presentations so far, and in every one of these areas, we've definitely seen places for service standard improvements with less opportunity for what I would say reductions based on our priorities, especially I would say most pertinently in urban planning and economy, because 2 of the council priorities are directly tied to this branch. How are you going to grapple with that and what you're hearing in these conversations? Because I'm even thinking about like just, we talk about like the infill compliance, we talk about, environmental, we talk about economic development and how we probably want to scale up that team. But I'm not hearing a lot of opportunities for where we're going to actually find some savings or where we're going to stop doing stuff.
Yeah, I don't think that the representation of where we would move things from right now is what you're going to get from these presentations. Like, this is about where we are right now. And I think what we'll be doing through the process of the evolution is getting from you what's important. So as we look at the unfunded surface packages and we get that work available to us and what you're thinking is your navigation over the next few months, that'll help us kind of delineate what that looks like. Also, I'm not going to come back to it all the time, tax tolerance is going to play a huge implication to how we can balance all of the priorities that we're talking about. Will we be able to get everything everybody wants? No. I think there's always an element of, I'm not going to say this, the sadness thing, but there's an element of sadness that comes with budgets, you know, and I think there's a balance that we need to kind of strike that makes it adequate. And I think, and that's what we're looking for, is how do we create an adequate budget that hits all the priority outcome areas, and we balance that perspective throughout the process. And I think it's going to take, it's going to take us a few months to walk through, like, we're going through all the things we have now. And then there's going to be an element of what we want to get, and there's going to be an element of how we balance the tax tolerance on top of that, to then look at where we shift from things that we may be doing now that we may not need to do, that may not be important to council or as important to council. We're going to, if any shift we make in the organization, it's going to be hard things. Like, it's going to be great things that we do for other people that might be impactful work that we're doing now, but may not be as impactful as shifting our direction to a place of sustainability for the long term in the future, moving into economic development. I think we need to have that always in the back of our mind, and as we move through these hard conversations, there's going to be good things that we might move away from.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where I wanted to ask that broader question, because this is great information, and thank you to everyone. And as much as I nitpicked on, the one data point around the mass frequent transit, whatever we want to call it, in general, really good information, but it does also, and maybe it's a good thing because it's starting early, it does make me overwhelmed in all of the things that we want to do and the lack of resources we have to do those things. So if I'm feeling that, I can only imagine how the city manager and ELT are feeling.
Yeah, we're preparing for it for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chance?
Thank you for this. Again, a great presentation. I guess the one, I'm not seeing anything in here which in my mind, like, the promise of city plan was two things. Like, number one, we were going to be building in, not out, and densifying the city. But number two, we're going to be investing in the way we move, with 50% of trips taken by car, having optionality around walking, cycling, transit, etc. And I'm not seeing any indication or measure around that. One data point I often use is vehicle registrations in Edmonton, despite we've grown 200,000 people, have remained relatively flat. That's related to the government of Alberta. So it shows our population is growing dramatically, but more people aren't bringing necessarily cars with them. And that's one proof point there. Another, there's the other pieces like this. I'm just wondering how we're thinking about mode shift. How are we measuring mode shift? How are we setting that as a key objective here? It's not just helping people live closer to transit. It's actually, and not just transit, but walking, wheeling, biking, everything else, the promise of the 15-minute city and everything else.
Councillor, you're absolutely right. For any one of our objectives that we want to accomplish as the city, there are a multitude of important ways to measure that and to consider it. So please don't be discouraged by seeing just one or two here in this presentation. That we do have a number of different ways we measure progress to our collective goals. And this is a really great time to be talking about this, though, too, because council has released new priorities. Also, there'll be discussions about how do those get measured. And so some of those items that you've talked about, we do monitor, we do track, we can elevate them, and they can be more higher profile measurements that are communicated.
I think, yeah, I would like to see, as we go forward, something more explicit around the mode shift, because I think all of us strongly believe in climate action, and it's clearly listed in our goals. I think there some debate around how we do climate action. And I think the recent study from at Portland or Seattle, where just through doing infill, they reduced their carbon emissions 5%. And that's also a triple for their budget for the climate action, but then also for lowering housing costs as well. How can we really zone in on like I remember I stood at the multi-unit solar grant program and I supported it. I wonder sometimes if we're looking at is that subsidy the best subsidy, or is it maybe a housing subsidy close to a train station? What will get us ultimately more bang for our buck as far as climate going forward? And we don't even have to call it climate. We call it a downtown housing incentive, but the impact will be the same if we have a way to reflect this in our metrics. So is that like I don't want people to get the idea because climate is not in our housing priorities or anti-racism is not in our council priorities that those are jumping off because they're not. They just may be realized through high frequency transit service that affects racialized people the most and more housing closer to home that reduces driving that pollutes our air and water the most.
You're absolutely right. How we design and live and move through our city is the biggest impact to climate action. And so we do look at what are the best ways to add value and make progress to goals. And what you see in terms of like a solar program would only be one element of a broad approach, a comprehensive approach. It's investing in our mass transit system. It's investing in our active transportation network. It's making sure the policy environment supports intensification and infill. So it's extremely broad. Where the incentive programs that we have are trending is to looking at the building emissions, knowing that that's our second largest component, and helping individuals participate in the community in the transition. And we have migrated from early adopters and bridging the gap to additional cost, higher costs, to now focusing on energy poverty and those that can't afford to participate regardless of the cost. And how do we help those folks?
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Did you want to move to go into private subject to section 29 of the Access to Information Act?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay,
I'm happy to move
there we
that.
go. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote to go into private, as I think there are some questions for in private.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Parmar, was that?
Yeah, Councillor Parmar, yes, please.
Thank you. Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans?
I do recall him saying
I'm a
yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. And we will take a few moments and clear the room.
We are good.
Thank you. So those are all our questions on this department presentation. The next is Integrated Infrastructure Services. We got 43 slides, half hour. We'll give it our best go to see if we can do the presentation before the break.
My officials are on their way.
Okay, guys. It's like, are you going to be all alone, just left out there to while we're bringing them in? I'll go do a quick check-in. I'll be right back. If I'm pulled away for just a minute, Councillor Salvador can start us.
Looks like our team is ready to go, but we just need a few more folks on our end. I see Councillor Jan's online. Actually, we're good. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Sarah Nichols, the Deputy City Manager of Integrated Infrastructure Services. I'm pleased to have with me today members of our Integrated Infrastructure Services leadership team. I have Pascal Ladouceur, Infrastructure Planning and Delivery, Nicole Wolf from Building Great Neighborhoods, Bruce Ferguson from LRT Projects up over there, Tom Lumsden from Blatchford. We have Sam Al Motar acting for Jason Malifsta for Infrastructure Delivery, and I have Roger Lockwood, our Department Strategy. Next slide. We're beginning with an overview of our department. So IIS works to inspire trust amongst Edmontonians and council through our commitment to building Edmonton on time, on budget, and on purpose. We steward the development of capital infrastructure projects from concept to design through construction completion. We take an integrated approach to life cycle and asset management to maximize benefits, manage risk, and provide sustainable service. Listed here are only a few of the outputs that our department stewards for the corporation. Integrated Infrastructure Services works to inspire trust amongst Edmontonians and council through a commitment and ability to design and deliver quality infrastructure. The department services contribute to building a great city. We bring ideas to reality, assembling expertise, looking for innovation and value for money, and building legacy infrastructure that supports Edmontonians' quality of life. IIS is structured into 5 core branches to ensure specialized oversight at every stage of infrastructure projects. We have the infrastructure planning and design. This branch helps build a great city through the planning and design of facilities and transportation infrastructure that serve all Edmontonians. The branch provides facility, asset lifecycle management, environmental and geotechnical engineering expertise to the corporation. Infrastructure delivery, the construction management arm for facilities and transportation delivers high-quality public infrastructure within the defined parameters and expectations outlined by City Council in the approved capital budget. Building great neighborhoods, this branch plans, designs, and constructs neighborhoods and open space infrastructure to create resilient, energized, and healthy communities and spaces where people live and play. Our LRT expansion and renewal, this branch is responsible for delivering light rail transit infrastructure so Edmontonians can get to where they need to go with more choices, including sustainable transportation modes. And finally, the Blatchford Redevelopment Office. The Blatchford Redevelopment Office leads the overall neighborhood planning, land servicing, marketing, and sale of service lots to Edmonton's first sustainable community designed to be family and eco-friendly, as well as the citywide district energy initiatives. These branches are supported by the Deputy City Manager's Office, which oversees strategy, project management, and payment support. This also includes our communications and engagement team, which provides professional services that ensure a common, consistent, and brand-aligned approach in our work across the department. The full-time employees for this section are budgeted for in the infrastructure delivery branch. IIS provides three main services: asset management, an internal service that oversees capital asset management, ensuring capital assets are planned and accounted for while achieving maximum value. Infrastructure planning and design, an internal service that plans and designs significant infrastructure for the City of Edmonton. Infrastructure delivery, an internal service that provides construction of significant City of Edmonton infrastructure. I will also note that for our department, given we have included a unique section in our presentation in comparison to other departments, which includes an overview of capital, given it is so core to our work. Our presentation will now cover a capital overview before we dive into our operations. I will ask Pascal to discuss the capital portfolio we deliver for the city.
Good morning. IIS manages a total approved capital portfolio of $9.9 billion. We are proud to be delivering a historic volume of capital construction for the City of Edmonton. The city's $5.7 billion contribution leverages $2.5 billion from the province and $1.7 billion from the federal government. Municipal capital is a multiplier. Without our local investment, we leave billions of external dollars on the table. Our project delivery engine unlocks significant partner funding, driving job creation and economic stimulation right here in Edmonton. The capital budget outlines approved spending across 12 major service area and project types as shown. This mix requires a diverse set of technical skills within our department, from rail system engineering to architectural design. IIS is currently managing $1.57 billion in capital facility investment for the 2023-2026 cycle. This portfolio is split $1.1 billion for new facility projects and $462 million for renewing what we already have. Growth priorities shift with Council's direction. This cycle had three key areas: safety and mandated, which were critical needs such as fire stations and snow storage site environmental compliance; grant matched, leveraging external funding to maximize city dollars for facilities such as the Southeast Transit Garage and the Coliseum demolition and site improvements; pre-approved and council priorities were approved in this budget cycle or identified as specific priorities. This includes major projects like the Lewis Farms and Coronation Recreation Centers. While growth priorities fluctuate, our renewal programs are consistent. We calculate the ideal investment needed to keep assets in good repair, then fund a percentage based on the available budget. Our main facility programs, covering safety, security, and service delivery, are currently funded at only 33% of the ideal level. We refer to this as the funding gap. And the consequence is that because we are only funding 1/3 of the ideal renewal, our facilities are aging and declining. To compensate, our minor renewal program is funded at 100%. This acts as a safety net to address emergent repairs, keeping the facilities open as the overall state of our infrastructure declines, overall costing the city more. Currently, IIS manages $1.27 billion in capital investment for the 23-26 budget cycle, specifically focused on the movement of people and goods. This portfolio delivers critical infrastructure including roads, bridges, active transportation, and public transit. Please note that the large-scale transformational projects such as the LRT expansion, the Yellowhead Freeway conversion, and our neighborhood and alley renewal programs are not included in this figure. They are tracked in their own distinct categories. The investment breakdown is split nearly down the middle. $654 million is dedicated to growth investments, and $617 is allocated for the renewal of our existing assets. The same principles we discussed regarding facilities apply here. Our growth projects for this cycle fall into three categories. Grant match projects such as the 50th Street overpass and the Terwilliger Drive expansion, previously approved work, and council priorities that included the active transportation implementation program and missing sidewalk connections. On the right side of the slide, you'll see our core programs. While bridges were funded at 100% of their ideal investment level, our other three main programs, public transit, arterial roads, and traffic systems, were only approved at 23% of their ideal funding. And finally, much like our facilities program, we maintain a minor renewal program to address emerging transportation issues as they arise throughout the budget cycle. For the 23-26 cycle, we are delivering $299 million in parks and open spaces assets. This is divided into $36 million for growth and $286 million for renewal, including $129 million for the rehabilitation of the William Horlock Park. Our growth investment primarily supports school site development, as mandated by our joint use agreement with local school boards. And our other key projects on the growth side include the urban tree canopy expansion. Our ongoing renewal programs cover four main areas: the River Valley system, parks, open spaces, and soft landscaping. These four programs were funded at 21% of their ideal investment level for this budget cycle. Smaller scale programs, the landslide and erosion management, contaminated sites, and overland drainage received 100% of their ideal funding due to their critical nature. Finally, as with our other portfolios, we maintain a minor renewal program to remain agile and address emerging needs as they arise. The neighborhood and alley renewal programs are funded with their own constrained funding source. $180.4 million of tax levies collected each year and put into the Neighborhood Renewal Reserve, which is then restricted for use within these programs only. Of this amount, $152.1 million is budgeted annually for the main Neighborhood Renewal Program, $22.3 million is budgeted annually for the Alley Renewal Program, and $6 million is budgeted annually in the operating budget for microsurfacing. On the right side of the slide is the Neighborhood and Alley Renewal Program, annual spending from 2019 to 2025. Annual spending amounts exceed the amount of total levy collected and dedicated for the program due to additional project components funded with alternative funding sources, such as local improvement levies that are shown in red in the bar graph. The typical cost breakdown of a neighborhood is shown in the pie chart at the bottom left of the slide, with over 77% of cost typically associated with roads and concrete, and the remaining related to lighting, electrical, landscaping, active transportation, and traffic safety. Our work spans the full spectrum of city building, from essential renewal, like ensuring our bridges remain safe and reliable, to transformational growth, like our LRT expansion. Both ends of the spectrums are managed simultaneously. We manage this complexity to keep our city resilient, reliable, and ready for what's next. Funding for the capital program is made up of constrained and unconstrained fund. Leveraging funds from provincial and federal government introduces specific constraints on capital allocation and creates long-term financial obligations. Constraints on capital allocation and flexibility. While leveraging external grants allows the city to advance large-scale infrastructure, it significantly restricts how the city allocates its own internal resources. And grants are qualified as constrained funding, meaning that they are dedicated to specific projects or types of infrastructure and cannot be reallocated to other emerging needs. To access these grants, such as the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, the city is often required to provide matching funds, usually financed through our tax-supported debt or pay-as-you-go reserves. We drive change using 4 strategic levers: financial, policy, operational, and partnerships. We continuously review these tools to optimize our performance and deliver better results. The city policies influences our asset inventory through asset management and tools like asset rationalization and life cycle optimization, while climate policy and complete streets policy and design construction standards influence the outcomes of our infrastructure projects. On the financial levers, we work to maximize federal and provincial funding programs to help offset tax levy impacts, and we provide recommendations for balancing growth with renewal needs of our aging infrastructure. Our success relies on the performance of our industry partners, which is why we make efforts to ensure we have relationships and opportunities for feedback. Communication is important to understand and influence industry capacity and expertise as the diversity of our project continues to grow. Our work is governed heavily by the Municipal Government Act, which includes contract law, and the Competition Act regarding procurement. Internally, we adhere to strict policies, including the Capital Project Governance Policy, the Climate Resilience Policy, which mandates emission-neutral buildings, like the new Blatchford Fire Station, for example, and the Neighborhood Renewal Program Policy. These frameworks ensure compliance, fairness, and environmental stewardships in every project. I'll now turn it over to Nicole for the operating.
Morning. Here is a breakdown of expenses in the 2026 operating budget. Our operating budget is $96 million, while our total tax levy requirement is $27.5 million, because we recover 69% of our costs from the capital program. This represents less than 1% of the city's tax levy in the 2026 budget. Our primary cost driver is personnel, making up 78% of our budget. All 557.5 FTEs within our department are dedicated to planning and delivering city infrastructure. We charge 69% of our costs to capital, 2% is covered by reserves, and 29% remains tax levy supported. The tax levy portion is essential work that is still focused on infrastructure. However, it does not meet the public accounting standards required for capitalization. It is work performed for capital but categorized as operating by rule. Examples of these types of expenditures that are certain wages and benefits related to life cycle management, as these costs relate to the entire inventory of the system and not just individual capital projects, as well as lease costs for Edmonton Tower. This slide tells a story of efficiency. While our yearly capital has grown over the past 6 years, as shown by the blue bars, our operating budget, the line, remains a small, stable fraction of that investment. We are delivering high volumes of work with a lean and consistent structure. IIS is delivering more capital work per operating dollar than in previous years, and we are achieving this through ensuring efficient processes and managing our financial resources. This slide continues a similar story of efficiency, with FTEs rather than a dollar value for our operating budget. Over the past 6 years, we have maintained a fairly stable workforce with small changes, mainly through reductions in internal transfers of staff based upon organizational changes. We have been able to accomplish this through a strong, knowledgeable workforce, utilizing our tools and systems, as well as balancing the level of work sourced internally and externally to consultants and contractors. We have 557.5 FTEs. 62% are unionized, including technologists and surveyors. 27% are engineers and architects that are declared exempt by the Alberta Labour Board. And 10% are management, which include the leadership who carry accountability for multi-million-dollar budgets. The next set of slides demonstrates the value of each of the branches and how they contribute to the overall capital program with their FTEs. First up, infrastructure delivery with 225.9 FTEs serves as the construction arm, managing risks, contracts, and quality assurance to deliver projects on time and on budget. It is important to point out that the budget for this branch also includes department operations, which is comprised of communications, engagement, department strategy, and our project management center of excellence, who all support the activities of the department to ensure successful project and asset management programs. The tax levy for this group is $5.4 million. Next up is the Infrastructure Planning and Design branch with 163.6 FTEs, who acts as the architect and steward, providing engineering expertise, lifecycle management, and design to inform what we build and when to renew. Based on industry best practice, IIS makes significant efforts in planning and design to ensure risk related to infrastructure is managed early in the projects to avoid costly impacts after projects have progressed to construction. Much of the work this branch completes for asset management cannot be capitalized and draws a significant portion of the tax levy budget required for the department. With 116 FTEs, Building Great Neighborhoods plans, designs, and delivers the integrated renewal of mature neighborhoods and the renewal and growth of open spaces, combining modernization with community placemaking. With 43 FTEs, LRT Expansion and Renewal manages the delivery of mega projects, example the Valley Line, through P3 partnerships and oversees critical transit and LRT network renewal. With 9 FTEs, Blatchford manages the overall neighborhood planning, land servicing, energy system, as well as the marketing and sales of service lots for this community. This view highlights the efficiency of our funding model. Our gross expenditures for 2026 are approximately $96 million. However, our net operating requirement from the tax levy is only $27 million, which includes some one-time funding transfers to the Public Art Reserve. The blue bar you see represents the recoveries, which is the value of our staff's time that are charged directly to capital projects. This model ensures that our operating budget is flexible. If the capital portfolio grows, we scale up using capital dollars and not tax levy. If the capital portfolio shrinks, our recoverable positions can scale down, again protecting the tax levy base from volatility. This trend line tells a story of fiscal discipline and operational absorption. The red area represents the rising cost of corporate expenditures driven by inflation, population growth, and service demands. The blue line represents IIS, and despite historic construction inflation and transformational projects like Yellowhead Trail and Valley Line West, our operating expenditures have remained relatively flat over the past 4 years. Between 2018 and 2026, our wages and benefits will have risen by 18.3% due to collective agreements and a growing workforce. However, our total department expenditures have only risen by 12.7%. How did we close that gap? We've identified cost savings and efficiencies, we've adjusted our wage recoveries from capital projects, and we've optimized our vacancy management. As a note on one-time transfers, you will see an increase in 2025 and 2026. These are one-time capital to operating transfers of roughly $5.8 million each year for the Art Reserve, covering administration, conservation, and installations. We have absorbed inflationary pressures through vacancy management and by optimizing our recovery rates rather than asking for base budget increases. All right, when we look at the net requirement, the actual tax dollars required to run the department, the contrast is even sharper. While the corporate net requirement has grown to support city services, IIS actively reduces its draw on the tax levy, most notably starting in 2019 by $1.1 million in ongoing budget reduction strategies for materials and external services. Starting in 2021, $1.3 million for vacancy management, approximately 9 FTEs. And starting in 2024, $710,000 and 6 FTEs from the Operating Budget Amendment 12 reductions. Now looking at our workforce. For the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle, IIS has maintained a relatively stable FTE count. This line is in contrast to the growth of the assets that we manage. We are delivering more capital work per employee than in previous cycles. $4.1 billion was last cycle versus $7.8 billion this cycle. The reduction in 2021 shown relates to a transfer of FTEs between departments, approximately 8 going to finance and corporate services, and eliminating 4 FTEs through vacancy management. The FTE increase in 2023 corresponds to decentralization of corporate comms and engagement. 25 FTEs were budgeted in IIS, but there was no FTE change in the city. In 2024, we reduced 7 FTEs for cost reductions and transferred 3 FTEs to another department. And in 2025, there was an increase in FTEs, adjusting the number of our seasonal FTEs to be in line with our construction materials and engineering operations.
And now it's back to me.
Yep.
So talking about our measures. Our major measures for our department are measuring on time and on budget delivery. Our on budget performance reached 95%, while on time performance was 79%. Strong budget discipline was maintained despite high inflationary pressures and supply chain challenges. Our 2026 targets are 80% for schedule adherence and 95% for budget adherence. Benchmarking confirms alignment with Project Management Institute champion standards, but we always strive to do better. Project risk profiles are actively monitored and updated annually by the department. In 2023-2024, the University of Alberta undertook a review of our reporting practices in a major capital project review. It ranked Edmonton highly for our project transparency and the management maturity model compared to other big cities. Reporting for on-time and on-budget standards varies substantially between different public sector and entities. The data shows we are transparent and accountable in our infrastructure delivery among peers. Additionally, IIS has assessed its maturity and alignment with industry best practices. One of the ways we continuously assess our practices is through Project Management Maturity Assessment Program, which is designed to improve project management processes, systems, and applications progressively. The external review by the University of Alberta confirmed that IIS has successfully implemented effective processes and standardized project management frameworks. This ensures comprehensive planning, execution, monitoring, and control of project operations. In terms of public reporting, Building Edmonton has set the national standard for public accountability. In terms of internal versus market rates, we conduct periodic reviews of the city's labor and charge-out rates against publicized industry rate guides. This helps to assess and inform decisions where to source activities internally or outsource particular pieces of work. But we know we can always do better and are working to make sure our practices are nimble and responsive to priorities and to our clients. Managing $9.9 billion requires scrutiny to ensure public trust. Within IIS, audits and reviews are prioritized at the highest leadership levels. We treat audit recommendations and ongoing reviews as critical project deliverables. This means active ownership. Our branch managers and project leads take direct responsibility for the audit response and overall recommendations relevant to their areas, and transparency, maintaining an open door policy with auditors and reviewers, providing full visibility into our workflows, documentation, and decision-making process. All of our projects, we apply a public engagement strategy aligned with Council's public engagement policy and framework. We also do specific surveys and public engagement projects within our projects. Examples of this include public opinion surveys on perceptions of district energy, effectiveness of public communication and education for Valley Line West, and the Blatchford resident experience. These are only a few examples of the many surveys completed by all branches within IIS. The identification of cost savings and efficiencies are an ongoing process embedded in the City of Edmonton's budget process. Notable IIS reductions include $1.3 million in 9 FTEs in 2021 vacancy management, $1.1 million in ongoing budget reduction strategies, materials, and external services, $710,000 in 6 FTEs in operating budget amendment 12 reductions, and $200,000 in 2024 department financial review of external services and materials. We are constantly optimizing how we plan, design, and deliver. A few of the initiatives that have helped us mature as a business include project delivery methods. We use solution-based approaches, selecting appropriate delivery methods based on the projects and the risks association. An example is our current request for expressions of interest on delivering projects in a new partnership way. Asset rationalization. We are formally reviewing assets. 22 assessments started in 2024 to determine if aging facilities should be renewed, repurposed, or retired to prevent service level declines. And our capital infrastructure plan program. We are currently addressing recommendations regarding the capital renewal investment planning system. In summary, the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department faces a complex operating environment characterized by financial constraints, market volatility, aging assets, and maintaining workforce capacity. The department has developed specific strategic response to mitigate these risks and ensure the delivery of the city's $9.9 billion capital portfolio. Every FTE in IIS is dedicated to planning and building the stage upon which Edmontonians travel around the community and live their lives. From the concept plans to the LRT lines connecting us, we are building with purpose. Thank you.
Look at that. 2 minutes to spare. That's efficient. That's continuous improvement for us right there. So we are going to not obviously start on questions. We will take our recess. We will come back at 1:30 to have a chat about this, but really thank you for the presentation. We're on recess till 1:30.
like to call this meeting back to order and begin with a roll call. I know Mayor Knack is going to be there shortly in person. Councillor, let me go this way. Councillor Wright.
I'm sorry, yes? Here? Okay. Oh, you're just doing roll call backwards?
Roll call.
Okay, you caught me off guard.
I'm doing reverse. And then Councillor, hang on here. Councillor Elliott.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette, are you with us?
I'm here.
Great. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor, I see Councillor Morgan is in person. Councillor Principe, are you online? Not hearing Councillor Principe. Councillor Clark. Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So just confirming that we do have enough folks to start the meeting. Looks like we do have quorum. If a few more folks could turn their videos on online, that would be appreciated as well. And I'll just check in with the clerk. Are we, oh, there's Councillor Jans. We're good on quorum?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and we're just gonna head back to questions of administration. I see Councillor Stevenson on the board. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, lots of great pieces in there, and just wanted to dig into a few pieces. So I imagine that IIS is an interesting position just in terms of providing service for internal clients. This is a bit of a more philosophical question, but how, when you look at the portions of your projects that aren't capitalized, what pressures do you feel in terms of you may be making investments to improve processes that benefit other areas, but it's a budget line item out of your budget? How do you sort of weigh that, or how do those conversations happen, I guess?
Thank you. I think philosophically we support the city and the objectives of the city, and so I don't think we take an approach about our department. We really look at kind of what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve for the city, and what are the skills and resources that we would have in our department. I think Pascal might have an example.
Yeah, so Councillor Stevenson, when we look at, for example, capital recoveries, and infrastructure planning and design has lower capital recoveries than our colleagues in delivery, because we do spend time supporting strategies, being involved in what will become projects, or what will guide our projects, and that's a really important piece of our work. And we have included that in how IIS is financially budgeted for, by recognizing that we don't expect the same level of capital intensity from certain groups, because they are going to support the corporation from that lens. Yeah.
Okay, and that's really helpful, and it leads into another question that I had, because when I'm looking at the job descriptions anyways, I only see 3 positions in the whole department that are strategy related. And so just wanting to ensure that there is that, as you say, sort of the non-capital recovery type positions, that we are investing in enough of that so that, those really strategic conversations can happen, that we can be looking for that policy interpretation, policy alignment.
So I think when we're looking at our asset renewal team and our life cycle management, I think that is a group that really does foundational work in terms of understanding our portfolio and where the needs are from our asset types. And then we do work across the city with, UPE, who sets the strategy side. And then, you know, how do we transition that into the projects that we then will deliver? So I don't know, Pascal.
Yeah, I think what we're thinking of adding is, this isn't really about titles, like, people will play the role. So project managers will be part of strategy. Our directors are definitely heavily strategy focused. And again, maybe making the difference of like planning and design and some of our efforts related to asset management, being that liaison with our UP colleagues, but also with ETS and with community services delivering their work. We find that like strategy is embedded in a lot of the work of everybody that's involved in planning and design.
Okay. That's really, really great to hear, because I think that really gets to, you know, that point of, we talked at infrastructure committee around on time, on budget, and on purpose, and really ensuring that the resources are there for that purpose alignment. And to that, you know, one question that I've had is sort of that division between the planning and design and then the delivery, because I think that there are policy implications, there are strategic implications that come out through the delivery phase. And so how do we have that strategic thinking when it comes to, you know, value engineering or you know, the adjustments that happen at the delivery stage? Do we risk losing some of that strategic embedded planning that happens with planning and design?
I think value engineering is an important topic, and I think in the environment where we've had inflation and increasing costs, we sometimes are forced to undertake a value engineering exercise. But understanding the purpose of what we're trying to deliver, making sure that we're looking at the trade-offs between different choices that we have, and then having our partners at the table, because we as a city own and operate and maintain these long-term. So making sure that we understand what those long-term consequences and trade-offs will be when we're trying to kind of meet a target.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. Looking at the minor renewal program at 100% seems reasonable to try to stay on top of things there. How do we determine though what are nice to have and what are necessary?
So, Councillor Morgan, especially related to the minor renewal program, we look at things that will be often raised from our operational teams, and so either the maintenance or the operating teams will come and flag things that are critical to maintain that asset in function. And so it could be the roof is leaking, there's a rooftop unit that isn't working, a section of this road is really bad for potholes, and so we're really targeting those things that would in absence of this fund either require us to close or to stop operating a certain asset, or would prevent us from making the most of that asset. And so, but more broadly, at this point in time, we use, to determine if the work is necessary or a nice to have, we really focus on, are they core elements of the building, of the asset, of the road, of the park, and that's what we invest on right now.
Okay. Like, yeah, I guess, okay. I just wonder, like, how objective that is. Is there a grading system or something? Like, how do you prioritize that, like, with limited funds too? Like,
we do use rating systems. So when we do, for example, condition assessments, we use standardized systems that will rate our overall assets into categories of like A to F, very good to fair to very poor. But then individual components are also rated individually. When it comes to those emergent needs, they are reviewed by multiple parties, and so from that perspective, there are many lenses that are applied to understand if that investment is required.
and you said those individual components, would that fall more under like city operations for like general maintenance?
Yeah, so it can. So there's many layers. Maintenance will definitely have a role to play when it comes to individual components, and so they're the ones that are going to flag if a boiler is out of service, or if we're having trouble with a motor or something like that. But those are generally maintenance items. What will get raised into the emergent like capital investment are things that are a bit more substantial in nature.
So items could go like back and forth?
Yeah, they can go back and forth, and we have very close working relationships between IIS and the maintenance teams to understand what's the best investment. What our lens that we bring to is, Is this an asset that we want to keep? Is this an asset that's worth investing in? Or are we comfortable with maintaining a risk of an unplanned, closure or things like that? So those are all the lenses that are looked at when we look at emergent items.
Makes sense, thanks. Public transit renewal, is that like fleet, stations, garages?
Yeah, that's
Everything?
everything. There are different components, but the ones that are like included in transportation would be more related to the hard infrastructure. So it's the tracks, the stations, the transit centers, garages, all of these things. The fleet, the buses, the equipment would be outside of the realm of what IIS looks at for asset management and renewal. That would be part of what city operations is responsible for.
Yeah, and I guess like where I was thinking about it was that is city operational maintenance doubling up on things that IIS renewal would be responsible for, and I guess
we are very coordinated to ensure that an asset is represented in one of the buckets,
just one,
not multiple.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I was wondering about. I'll hold off on that one, I guess. But how much time I got? 55 seconds. The active projects on time lower than our goal right now. How's that goal defined? Like why are we setting, like, why are we lower than what we want to be at, and why do we want to be at that goal?
Well, the goal is set based on the Project Management Institute's champion level in the model that we have. Of course, we always want to deliver on time, on budget. And I think, though, sometimes we actually make purposeful choices. So one example would be around Odeman Park. We did not do paving last year because the park actually intended what we wanted, which was to spur development around the park. And we didn't want to pave a road that the following year a developer would have to rip open to put in utilities. And so that would be an example of a project that showed red on schedule, but done for I think a justifiable reason that I'm explaining to you right now.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. I thought there were some good questions in there that I might want to pick up on from Councillor Morgan. Where do you see your department's work most aligned with the priorities? The four are economic development, growth management, quality services, and safety.
I think we underpin all of them. I think in particular, some of the elements of growth management talk about our infrastructure renewal, and I think that there's a direct line of sight there. And then I think we're also part of making sure that our program allows the city to be a part of the fiscal sustainability element as well as being affordable.
On growth management, yes, there's a lot of emphasis on infrastructure renewal, but I'm thinking new firehouse needed in the newer neighborhoods because of the pressure of growth, new road expansions, et cetera, et cetera. Given kind of where we're looking, we're looking out for the next 4 years, really focusing on renewal. How do you balance that within that priority, right?
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point, and we have to keep up with growth in terms of the elements that are needed with us. And I think that'll be part of the discussion going into the budget, is just how do we prioritize when we know there probably won't be enough to reach as the capital investment outlook, our renewal goals, as well as we know we have to keep up with growth. And so I think what we're doing is things like we've brought to council before, and I can't talk about it a lot because it's open, but we have an expression of interest out. We're trying to explore doing things in a different way to try and be as nimble and flexible as we can.
Yeah, and I think to Councillor Morgan's question around the nice to have versus the need to have, I imagine at some point you'll do this exercise of placing the priorities on top of, these layers. I guess I just feel like, and then, I know you have your assessment rubric and whatnot, but it's easy to justify everything being a need to have. I guess if we were to say really prioritize some of these pieces, and everything we do is, but then what are we going to slow down or drop?
Yeah, I think, Councillor Tang, those conversations would lead into levels of service conversation. Understanding that assets are only here because they serve a purpose and that they support a service. If we are going to prioritize a certain asset type or location or anything like that, it means that we have to discuss what it means for the remainder of the assets and the service that they support.
But you have that conversations all the time, no? Within departments. Every time a new capital project come online, even in the pre-planning and planning, and then operational level, like you'll be talking about that cross-departmentally. I guess I'm just wondering, like, what would you see might be different?
I think there's always a conversation around trade-offs. And so I think any project that you're in, if you only looked at that project, you can always argue that we should do as much as we can while we're doing this particular project. But when we look at the whole and we look at all the needs across the city, we have to figure out also how to finish that one project and get to the next one, because we know that everything we're doing here is taking money away from something over here. And so I think that that is part of the conversation, that we want to support council and we want to support the infrastructure committee, but we know that that also becomes part of the conversation in the budget.
Yeah, I do think your department's area will be really challenging in terms of thinking about what are we gonna do more, what are we gonna stop, because it's infrastructure. You can't just like leave a project half finished, right? And at some point you have to finish all of that before taking on new priorities. And I think that perhaps, I think that would be really difficult, and I look forward to what conversation you have on your side to land on a good spot. Anyways, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes, have the chair.
Thank you. Just picking up from that, I guess I know we don't need to get into the request for expression of interest, but I want to ask about how bold we're willing to be on all of that. We've got a lot of aging buildings, and at the same time, we've got community partners who have needs. We've got development partners that might be looking to think of new ways. I think for myself, I would be, I'd almost want to just like throw open the map of all the city land and all of the aging city facilities and put it out to community and say, who's got ideas? And so essentially, not just an RFEOI for the few spots we're doing, but the entire city, because I don't know how we're going to do what, to Councillor Tang's point, I don't know how we're going to be able to appropriately fill in all of the gaps unless suddenly the province reintroduces the 66% cut, which won't happen. So are we willing to do that? Is that something that's on the table? Is this, for us?
I think it's going to be like a both and, but it's ultimately going to come back to priorities. Because I think so many of these opportunities, we have to understand what the role of the city will be in the partnership that we're considering. And so I think understanding what the city's assets are and funding, or are we guaranteeing a certain user group, or what is going to be expected of the city in whatever arrangement we get into, I think is really important. The other piece that I think is really important is that we understand what risk the city is going to come in. Are we, if we're approaching something that's very optimistic and it turns out to not move as quickly, is the city backstopping that? So I think that we still end up getting into a conversation about prioritizing resources and understanding what is the role of the municipality.
Yeah, and I guess, so, I'll pick on an example like our single sheet ice rinks. I think the risk right now of not being willing to be bold is that we're going to end up losing a bunch of them in the next 10 years. Because frankly, we don't have enough money for them. I don't think that's an unreasonable statement. I'm looking just to say, out of the prioritization, we're probably not going to go repair a single sheet ice rink or modernize that because of how much they lose our cities. So that, on one hand, that's a risk. On another hand, we could say, hey, we've got 5 of these across the city. Community partners, business partners, bring us your ideas right now, tomorrow. Let's go on that. Let's go on all of these spaces. And I know there's a risk associated with that, but I'm just wondering if we're not sort of willing to sort of rush on that, because I think the alternative is we're just going to hit a point where we hit a failure like we did with one of our pools, and we had no choice but to just close it. So in the world of risk, I'd rather us risk trying to do something and maybe not getting there versus the risk of just these things falling off one by one. And so is that part of our budgetary process, or are we relying solely on the couple that we selected to test that out, and then, you know, over the course of many years try to do the rest of them? Like I'm worried about timing, so that's what I'm curious about.
So, Mayor Knack, I think at this point in time, we're not looking to that scale. Now, that being said, our experience may not be as optimistic as your vision, and so want to also maybe take away your ask and see what we can do. Under the asset rationalization framework, we are looking at those facilities that are maybe underserving Edmonton, that are not serving their purpose, that are costly to maintain, and looking at what we want to do with them.
Yeah.
Under the RFEOI for arenas, for example, we are very open. What are the ideas around ice sheets that are out there, not specific to aging buildings, but more to the service itself. And so I think we are starting to take that approach. I know our colleagues in community services have relationship with so many partner groups, and they are looking at how we can use those innovative partnerships to do more. But there's always the challenge of aligning interests, availability of funding, and all of these things. And so we want to be playing more in that field, but maybe not to the scale that you've noted just yet.
And I hear your challenge, and I'm thinking about, like, where can we be bold? Where can we bring ideas to council that may have risks? I think that we are being asked to do that. And so, you know, we are considering where we can do that. I think some things are likely have a better business case for private sector involvement than others. Particularly, I think aquatics could be very expensive to own and operate. We probably don't want all of our pools to be $75 to get into.
I'm out of time, but I'll come back around because I want to explore this idea in a little more detail. Councillor Jantz.
Thank you. Just a quick question about accountability. I'll pick on an instance here. We have the 140, and because we're in camera, I'm going to ask this. We have the 142nd Street.
We're not in Councillor Jantz, just to be sure, we're not in camera yet. So if you'd like to be, we can have a conversation at an appropriate time, but we're not there yet.
I'll rephrase my question.
Thank you.
We have the 140, thank you for clarifying. We have the 142nd Street footbridge over the White Mud that was supposed to be finished this fall. It was not finished this fall. It was moved on, and now on the website, it's expected to be finished in 2026. It just says it's underway. I think there's examples like this where one time we're on budget, we're communicating clearly, but then there's other examples where projects are delayed or we don't know where they're at. And how can we've got building Edmonton, but how can we do a better job of both assuring the public that projects are on time, on budget, on schedule, but also when they're not, demonstrating some chain of accountability that I think sometimes we hear from citizens, this perception of the city will just keep moving the goalposts or moving the deadlines. And people want to know that if someone's not doing their job, that they're being held accountable, whether it's not going to with that group again, or that group's paying fines, or that group's paying some sort of a penalty. But how can we communicate ability still being a good partner in the process?
I can take that, Sarah. So this is Sam Motor. Regarding of 142nd Street, for example, our position there is to hold contractors accountable for the quality of work happening. So we don't want to sacrifice, being on time or on budget for quality. So in that instance, and our construction season is kind of seasonal, so kind of, you miss the window at some point and it's up to next year. So the decision there is to, provide the quality in terms of the construction and move it to spring of 2026. How do we update our partners and everybody else? We use like Building Edmonton, for example, and there's a project website for that particular one. But in general, if something is going
Can I
in the
can
red,
I just
it
come back
shows
on the quality?
Building Edmonton.
I agree, quality has to be a part of it, but when we're doing RFPs, when we're doing this, I mean, it's not sort of a deliver us a quality product in 25 or 26 or 27. Like, I think we need to demonstrate to Edmontonians that we expect a quality project on time, on budget, on schedule. And if it's not going to be, that someone is being held accountable. And I don't like, I'm thinking of other projects that have come forward, like the Confederation Sports Field or others, where people ask us, what's going on there? Why is it closed for so long? What's going on? What's the delays? And I think, I don't know whether it's, we have to just be transparent that this put it on the website about, you know, this is in some case, a contractor failed to deliver a product, or there was something else, or something on it. Like,
I see what you're asking there, and there's a project overall itself, so we have like a contractual date, and this is still within schedule, within their contractual date, but there's sometimes milestones or assets within the project that were not delivered as we planned, so these get delayed based on what you chatted. But at the end of the day, for that particular example, the whole project is still on time and on budget. However, the moving pieces and the milestone inside it based on weather or availability of material, or sometimes quality and passing the inspections.
Yeah, and
but it's on time and on budget within the whole Terwilliger Drive
yes.
project. It's one micro project within, and as far as I understand, that micro project is significantly delayed.
So Councillor Jens, I want to be careful about talking about individual contracts in a public forum, but generally, I think sometimes there's a tension between us really trying to deliver and provide as much information to the public as possible. So sometimes we do talk about milestones, you know, based on the schedule. But depending on the contract, and this could be many contracts, we will have different terms and conditions on substantial completion than we would on one aspect of the project and a milestone, and it would depend on individual contracts. And so I think if your question is, do we hold contractors accountable to their contracts? Absolutely. Are we always working?
How do we communicate? That's your time, Councillor Jans. Thank you. If you need to come back around, you can. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. I think that it's an important question that's being raised, and that is it's not the details of the contracts, it's the communication to the public about delays and about expectations. And so I'm just wondering if we want to talk about that a little bit, just in terms of if we know that there's going to be delay, and frankly, I believe that when there's a justification for a delay, that's absolutely okay. And I think if we communicate with the public, they'll think it's okay. So I'm just wondering what we can do to modernize the way that we communicate in real time with the public about these issues, so that we can build, I think, some confidence with the public that there are reasons that things happen. And I believe the public is mature enough to understand those reasons if we explain them. So thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councillor. And I think some of the work that we're getting ready to do for construction season this year around traffic and communicating with the public on what they can really expect to see on their day-to-day commutes and moving around our city, I think is a good example of where we're trying to communicate both the plan, but also trying to communicate if there's a change and why we've made that change. And so I think that's one of our strategies around traffic, and are working really closely in that case with our partners in city operations. So that would be one example. Every project would have different types of community engagement, but I take your point, and I do think council in my time here has been clear about wanting more communication and more clarity for residents about the progress on projects, and we're taking that to heart.
Oh, that's great to hear. Yeah, and we don't have to get into the details of contracts and contractors, but if we see a delay and it's because, well, let's say, I don't know, maybe some asphalt was not laid properly or to the level that we expect, or it's a concrete problem and it's flaking or whatever. Can't we just say that? And that is holding the contractor to account without naming or shaming or compromising their business. But the public then says, okay, I get it. Like that wasn't done well. There's accountability. Now I'm satisfied.
Absolutely. And I think the public should also know that in our process, we have quality assurance. We test things. We want to make sure that Edmonton's getting what it pays for. And so we want to make sure that when we're pouring concrete, that concrete is strong and meeting the requirements of the strength. And so all of that plays into how these projects are moving forward. And, it is not impossible for concrete or pavement pours to not meet the specs, but we catch that and we make sure it's fixed and it's fixed within our existing agreements. And so I think that's an important part of our process and how we maintain these assets for the long term.
Okay, I agree. Now, the other part of that is that the public doesn't always understand that we're not building it. We contract out and we have contractors building something. So, in order for the public to have confidence in administration, in their city itself, is it not possible to just make that extremely clear in all our communications saying, the city is not building this. We have contracted out to these people who are building it and they will be held to account. And the reason I ask that is because TransEd, there's a narrative in the public that was a city of Edmonton, as if we had a construction company at the city of Edmonton building this, and not a deep understanding that this was a private corporation that we had contracted and we are holding them accountable. I think that narrative was not very strong and it made people feel that their city was doing a poor job, which obviously we were doing a great job because they were held accountable. Thoughts on that?
I feel uncomfortable talking about a particular contractor, but I will say in general, and
This
I know
was very much in the news, so I think we're okay. We're in the clear on this one.
I think that we have actually a really strong contractors here in Edmonton, and so we do also get a lot of benefit and innovation from some of the contractors that we work with as the city. And so, for every example that does feel like something's going wrong or is frustrating to the public, we have a lot of contractors coming to us and helping build solutions and helping keep things. I think of the Blue Bridge that I'm forgetting the name of, but the Dawson Bridge. Our contractor came to us and was like, hey, we can do the scaffolding different and we can keep traffic moving on the Dawson Bridge by assembling our scaffolding on the side of the riverbank. And, we have contractors looking for solutions for us.
Thank you.
I'm out of time, but that's an essential part of the
Yes,
story.
you are out of time. Thank you. So I'll take a motion for another round if somebody's.
So moved.
So moved by Councillor Wright, second by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on another round.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I am also a yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-0. Next is Councillor Morgan. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Just a couple other quick questions here. I was noticing on slide 5, and this kind of piggybacks off of Councillor Paquette, I think. How is LRT infrastructure projects different from the Valley Line? You got two different spots on that slide 5 there under LRT expansion and renewal. I was just curious.
I don't have that slide open in front of me right now, Councillor Morgan. Oh, sorry, in the organization? We have two sections in our branch. One section delivers Valley Line, both Southeast and Valley Line West, which is our low floor system. The other section is responsible for the high floor system, which is Metro Line, Capital Line, as well as renewal. So that's how we've divided up our teams as far as project delivery.
So I guess when it comes to Valley Line renewal, that'd be under there too, like Valley Line, or would there be another one?
Renewal, we also have a renewal team. So, when it gets time for Valley Line assets to be renewed, then we would work
probably with our renewal team.
Okay, thanks. The other question I was asking about, I'm still just terribly confused about what's going on with playgrounds. And so I see like the park renewal and investment, a little bit of talk about that, but I didn't see anything about playgrounds. And so walk me through it.
So for the 23 to 26 budget cycle, the only growth dollars that we received for playgrounds was through the NPDP Neighborhood Park Development Program, where it's a 50-50 cost split. There was no additional playground funds for that. And then there was very limited funds for open spaces from a playground renewal perspective. And again, typically in history, that has also been funded through communities. So there hasn't been a dedicated funding for playground renewal from city. For this budget cycle, we've sunsetted that NPDP program, and we are taking it on as an organization now because having those community groups fundraise to have amenities renewed and replaced and grown is there. So we've had very limited funding this go around. With the new school sites, we've got playgrounds as part of our park site development where the new school sites are. So that's also what's been coming up, and you guys have been seeing that coming to council.
And what were the ones that kind of got left behind? And I'm thinking of one in my ward particularly, but I think there's a couple other ones that maybe have gotten left behind in that funding for a playground.
Left behind and how?
So I got Garth Worthington School in my neighborhood, in my ward that 5 years in still doesn't have a playground. And so
So Councillor Rutherford did make a motion for playground funding for that here in the fall because the only growth we got for open spaces really was Castle Downs Master Plan and Heritage Valley. There is no current methodology to do that. So that will be part of the 27 to 30 budget conversation as you see fit.
So the playground itself will be part of that 27 to 30 budget.
If it rises above the categories and if it is prioritized above the other things that we need to do from renewal to growth. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I lose track of what the province provides. Do they still provide the 250,000 for new schools for playgrounds?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so is that, but then we have to, I mean, no playground is going to cost you 250,000, right? So then we have to come up with the extra funding to cover that.
Agreed, but it's a nice partner funding that we have that offsets our costs for sure.
Okay, but so does that would need to be working into the budget with the new schools that are supposed to be coming online?
So the ones that we have already brought forward for planning, design, and delivery will include the $250. And once we get it from the school boards, you'll see a transaction in an SCBA accepting external money for those projects. So we are taking that into account when we have conversations with those schools.
Okay, thank you. Don't know if there's, I mean, my concern is with the growth that has been left behind, and things like the gaps in the arterial roads and that, but I think maybe through urban planning, if we can come up with something a little bit different for the developer side of things. And any thoughts on that, since we're asking for thoughts?
The mobility network assessment report is coming to council in April, I believe. And so we are engaged with our colleagues at Urban Planning and Economy on how to kind of take some of those priorities and make sure that they're considered in the budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I not just to sort of focus on the mobility network assessment, I guess, and I think as Councillor Tang asked about the fire halls, sort of asking about all these other pieces. So I guess what I'm maybe wondering is like, would you need council direction to be bolder on some of those conversations, or is that part of the? Will you be seeking that guidance when you come back with the asset disposition conversation? I want to make sure, and I might be the only one, so I don't want to presuppose what council thinks, but I think I've heard of different ideas. You know, Build has talked about they might be willing to build the next 4 fire halls that we're short right now because we're sure not likely going to be able to build all 4 in the next budget. So how do we make sure that we have okayed that work so you have permission to go engage in those various partnerships, and then on the mobility network, on the roadway options, and what do you need from us to make sure that you have that ability to look at bold options?
I think Mayor Nack, that we have a lot of understanding of what council is wanting to see. I take the examples of the fire stations. They are included in the request for expression of interest. There are 2 that are specifically requested to see.
Yeah.
What would private partners submit for those ideas?
Yeah.
And we will come back to Infrastructure Committee in June with the result of that and suggest where we can take that information and what would be our next steps. And I think at that point, we can have a conversation with the committee about how far and how fast we are interested in going. There'll be, the same day, there'll be conversation around bringing the Capital Infrastructure Plan program, which will lay out a bit of that growth gap. So we talk about, the renewal gap. We want to bring the growth gap and show what our potential priorities could be, but also what are the discussions that we will need to have as a city, as Edmontonians, about the levels of service that we're expecting.
Yeah, I guess my biggest worry right now is that knowing, we've uprooted sort of our budget process. We're doing a very different budget process. By June, I'm worried that's too late so I know we have the 2 fire halls as an example. I know we have these things. Do you have the authority, permission to go have a meeting with Build as an example tomorrow and say, listen, we need these 5 roads widened, we need these 4 fire halls built. How can you help us do that going into this next 4-year budget? Or do you need council to say, go forth and do that? Because I'm happy to make that motion. I just want to make sure that we're not waiting until June. I'd rather June come around and say, hey, we've had these conversations. Here's what we've heard from industry beyond the RFEOI process.
Yeah. So we have engaged with industry partners like Build, and I would also talk about the Edmonton Construction Association, the Consulting Engineers of Alberta, or the road builders. And I think we are absolutely, and I appreciate the message, and we will continue to do that.
Okay, so yeah, I guess what I would want to be looking for is come June, what have we heard from those partners to help us accomplish these goals versus coming in June and only having those handful of RFEOIs, which I think I'm worried is in itself a little bit too timid in recognition of the overall growth gap that I think we have right now. So I wanted to make sure that as long as you have permission and you don't need a motion, I'm glad I'm hearing that. I'm hearing you have permission to do that, so that, I'd love it, the June report, to have those partners come to that meeting and say, hey, here's how we think we can make these things a reality in the next 4 years.
I think we do have the ability to look into different options of delivering. I do think at some point there will be questions back to council on, if we build things differently, we might not meet all of the policies that council has set before.
100%.
And there may be trade-offs over time on,
That's
we
a very
don't know
real
what
risk.
we don't know, but if we go somewhere faster, cheaper, it might not last as long.
Mm-hmm.
But that might be okay, because it might be something that we want to consider.
Exactly.
And so I think as long as we can bring things forward and have a conversation about trade-offs and what are we buying and how long will it last, and then what is the role of the municipality, that would be the kinds of things that I think our team are thinking about.
Excellent. I'm out of time. I'll move another round.
Second.
Great. Please vote on another round.
I'm a yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor
Yes,
Paquette.
from
Thank you,
Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Parmar. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried, and I'll return the chair.
Actually, I think you'll need to hang on to it.
I won't.
Thank you. So yeah, just a few more closing thoughts on that sort of angle of things. So, and I heard the good risk around, is the private sector going to build a pool, and if they do, is it $75, or are we looking at that, whether it's a single sheet or a pool or X, and saying that's on a parcel of land that could support a mixed-use development, and that recreation space can supplement as both a public amenity and a amenity for that mixed-use development. Like, this is the type of the level of openness I'm hoping we're exploring, and is that generally where what you're thinking about?
So the request for expression of interest is really geared towards exactly those
Good.
types of opportunities, but it is really also geared towards the private sector or the partners giving us their ideas.
Yes,
We did
yeah.
not put any constraints
I love
or
that.
limitations to it.
That's the most important thing is, yeah.
The other thing I would say is that on some level, partnerships will usually require the city to contribute in some way. And I think it's still important that we understand what those priorities are.
Yeah.
And so if we have a partnership opportunity, but it's number 86 on the list, it might be something we want to consider, but we also may have to look at how do we still get ahead on some of those things that we as the city may still need to deliver in more of a typical way. Because I don't, some of the things like roads, other than in new developments, province hasn't allowed us to do tolling. There's not a lot of funding mechanisms for basic roads for the municipality. So it's hard to know where the money would come from in a deal. And so I think that we need to understand and prioritize not just ones where we have a willing partner and an innovative way of delivering, but also fundamentally what are the priorities of the city.
Yeah, and I think part of why I keep sort of banging this drum on this one is that, if we're having those conversations with partners so that they, I'm thinking about the mobility network assessment piece that's going to come up. It is really hard to say, okay, do the next development in the city looking at an urban planning lens when we have 6 roads that, or 7 or 8, or we'll find out what in the mobility network assessment piece comes, that don't have a clear plan because we're constrained on funding. And so, even just making sure industry is aware of the scale of what's to come, and then maybe that also helps encourage them to look at the challenges we face in a different way. Right now, if we said, we have 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 roads to widen, industry might not think twice about it because they're like, well, that's the city's problem, which it is. But if they also realize that, hey, these are pretty significant impacts, and it's hard to then be able to do the next thing or have a clear line of sight as how we keep moving forward without that being addressed, maybe that might give them a way of coming to the table and saying, hey, we'd like to figure out a way to help you make this a reality. So, but I'm hearing there's a great sense of openness, so that was really the most important question on that side. I think I also had a question on, let me just close this. Here was my other question. Oh, so I know we already do composite profiles for a number of our budget areas. I'm curious if we've thought about that going to this next 4-year budget. I'm really leaning into that more. I understand that the city of Airdrie about 2-3 years ago now went to almost an entirely composite-based budget for their capital, so that essentially we're not pre-signaling exactly how much each project's going to be. And my understanding is it's helped them save. So are we considering something like that? Are we looking more at that? Since we already do composites, is there a way to do more of that to see, and maybe even talking to Airdrie to see the success that they've had, or maybe I misheard it, so.
No, I think it's definitely a good point, and we are looking at using maybe more composites that are maybe more specialized. And so recent conversation, we talked about looking at doing a composites for fire stations, for example. And so agreeing on an available amount of money and going as far as we can. So if we can't build 4, but we can build 3, that type of composite could help us. But within the financial rules of the city, anything that's above 10 million would become a standalone. But we do that when we have the necessary information and we're going into delivery. And so those composites would support that continued model.
Excellent. I could probably ask a lot more, but I think I've asked enough on this one. So I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. I think there was a desire for an in private, correct? Yes, so I'll take a motion to go into private.
Move it to private
Ms. Mayor.
Sorry. I understand maybe one of our council colleagues is looking to get on the list for public. Councilor Parmar, do you have questions?
Actually, I'll ask it in private. That's okay.
Thank you. Councilor Wright, you've moved to go into private?
Go into private, subject 29.
29. Anyone else to second that?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Morgan. Please vote to go into private.
Yes.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 9-0. We'll take a few moments to close down the doors and I've been told that City Admin would prefer to move to 3.7 if needed, but we'll see. If we get through 3.5, we're ahead of schedule. So
We can knock out City Ops, DCM, Fleet Facilities, and ETS this afternoon.
look at that. I like that confidence. Yes. Craig is.
We can.
Look at that. So I was like, yeah. So have you accounted for questions on our end?
We are live.
That's right. All right. So we have finished item 3.4. We're moving to item 3.5, City Ops, Fleet and Facility Services. We'll bring up that presentation and we'll get started. And I'll note just before, although I don't know, I'm not sure how long this presentation is, as we get closer to 3:30, I am meeting with MP Corey Hogan, who's visiting us from Calgary, so I'll be out just before then. So Councillor Salvador, just before 3:30, I'll probably turn over the chair just so you have a heads up there. Okay, let's go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, great. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. We'll go to the next slide. So really what we're going to do today is we're going to do a department overview presentation, but then we have like a more detailed branch presentation from each branch. And so we're going to start with the department overview, and then I'm going to hand it right over to Arjun. We're going to go through the fleet and facilities presentation. Next slide. Okay, so this one shows a bit of insight into the scope and scale of the work that we're responsible for, but essentially city operations is the operations and maintenance arm of the city. So things like roads, buildings, or parks that are built and handed over to the city, we're responsible for operating and maintaining them, along with providing transit service to help keep Edmontonians working, moving, and thriving. And we also provide support and operational insight into current and future builds. So really tying into that IAS piece that we just went through. Wanted to touch on a little bit about how city operations supports council's priorities. So right off the top, quality services, that's largely that's our primary focus. We use service levels to build trust and transparency with the public and work plan every dollar to maintain financial accountability. Safety, which is another council priority, is always top of our minds. So we're always focusing on both the public, but our employee safety as well, and moving towards that ultimate goal of safe mobility, achieving Vision Zero through safe and livable streets in Edmonton. City operations also supports the Economic Development Council priority. So we make it easier for Edmontonians to access services and events across our city by offering transit routes, supporting active modes, and maintaining our mobility network. Also by maintaining cleaning efforts and enhancing those cleaning efforts in the downtown core, we add vibrancy to the heart of our city. We work with multiple areas across the city to make sure we're supporting the Growth Management Council priority by proactively planning and expanding mobility network, new developments and growing infrastructure, and how we'll need to efficiently scale to be in a position to service that inventory. A lot of what residents see when they go out their door is managed by city operations, from the roads our transit buses drive on to the mechanics that maintain our waste vehicles and fire trucks. It's all interconnected. So we use service levels as the basis for our work, and we remain accountable for what we deliver to Edmontonians within our approved budget. So at this point, I'll say there's 4 branches within the City Operations Department. So that's Edmonton Transit Service, ETS. That's also Fleet and Facilities Services, Parks and Road Services, and Waste Services. This presentation and the follow-up ones from City Operations are going to focus on the tax levy funded branches. So that's going to exclude the Waste Services branch as they're funded through the utility rates. So if we go to the next slide, this one shows an overview of our department's expenses and our funding model. And you're going to see a similar slide on each of the branch presentations as well. So on the left, that's the expense budget chart, and that shows the breakdown of our cost. We're going to spend over $1 billion this year, and you're going to see that half of that goes towards personnel. These employees deliver all of our services across Edmonton Transit Services, fleet and facility services, and parks and roads. You'll notice those external services and materials, goods, supplies, that makes up over 35% of the department's budget, and these costs are used to support those same services. So materials and supplies used for fleet maintenance, so think things like fuel, oils, lubricants, or the salt and traction material that's needed to support our snow and ice program, and things like custodial supplies that's needed for our facility maintenance. All of those things ensure our service levels are maintained. And one I'll point out, external services, that's used to supplement the department services with programs like our First Last Kilometer or DATS, and things like the contractors that support snow and ice removal. The graph on our right, that's the funding model summary, and that has a breakdown of how the department is funded to do our work. And so you'll see about 70% of that is coming from the tax levy, and city operations also generates about $190 million in revenue and grants that offset those expenses. So these revenues range from transit fare revenues to permitting revenue for road right-of-way and detours. The department's also relatively unique in the sense that the operating model for fleet and facility services, which is the next portion of our presentation, is a full recovery basis and charges its clients. So those are internal clients like Edmonton Transit Services or our partners in community services for those types of things. So that's listed above on the right-hand side in that 6.1%. If we go to our next slide, these are the subsidies slides, and so this is a bit of a primer. We're going to have a little bit more detail in each of the branch presentations, but just to give a bit of an insight in terms of the types of subsidies within the department. So on the left-hand side, you'll see targeted social subsidy. That'd be things like the transit fare subsidies, like Ride Transit program for low-income riders or youth, seniors, UPass, school boards, things like that. The shared value subsidy, that'd be something like transit as a whole, where the fare really only covers a portion of the cost of the service. And then the type of subsidy on the right, enhanced service level. An example of that would be like higher service levels that we provide to BIAs in the downtown core through our center city team. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of the department's organizational structure. So you see the 4 branches, Edmonton Transit Service, Fleet and Facilities, Parks and Roads, Waste, and then the department DCMO and communications and our department strategy team. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Arjun. We're going to dive into the Fleet and Facilities specific branch presentation.
Thank you. Next slide. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Arjun Sharma. I'm the Branch Manager of Fleet and Facility Services. As Craig referenced earlier, our role is focused on operating and maintaining the city's physical assets once they're built and in service. Next slide. Fleet and Facility Services delivers 2 official streams for the corporation. The first stream is Facility Management and Maintenance Service. This includes the maintenance and support of city-owned buildings and infrastructure amenities, as well as services provided to external clients. Under this stream, we deliver both facility maintenance and custodial services. The second stream is Fleet Management and Maintenance Service, which provides maintenance and operational support for city-owned and leased fleet and equipment. Within that service, we deliver fleet procurement, fuel, municipal fleet maintenance, and transit fleet maintenance. Together, these services form the operational backbone that keeps the city's facilities functional and clean, as well as the city's fleet reliable and safe. Next slide. One way to think about Fleet and Facility Services is as the operational hub at the center of the city's wheel. While we are primarily an internal service, our work touches nearly every department and ultimately every Edmontonian. From the recreation centers, libraries, and City Hall, where people gather to live, work, and play, to the facilities our staff operate out of every day. Our teams help keep those spaces safe, functional, and reliable. On the fleet side, we support the vehicles and equipment that keeps the city moving and services running. From garbage trucks and snow equipment, to police and emergency vehicles, to the buses that get Edmontonians where they need to go. So while much of our work happens behind the scenes, it plays a very visible role in keeping the city operating and supporting day-to-day life in our community. It's also important to note that any change or growth in the city's asset portfolio or by programming decisions made by council, such as in snow and ice, transit, waste, or other parts of the organization that involve equipment, facilities, or fleet, directly and immediately impacts fleet and facility services. The relationship between our branch and partner branches are tied to their service levels, which we respond to in a scalable and cost-efficient manner. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the composition of our workforce. Fleet and Facility Services is composed primarily of frontline employees. Approximately 95% of our workforce is unionized, representing 1,151 FTEs. Our management layer is lean at just over 3%, and we're supported by a small group of exempt and out-of-scope professionals. Our teams represent more than 16 different trades and technical disciplines. On the facility side, that includes things like electricians, plumbers, refrigeration mechanics, carpenters, building operators, and custodians. On the fleet side, this includes classifications such as heavy-duty mechanics, automotive technicians, welders, and service technicians. We also have engineers and technical professionals who support asset management, safety, fleet engineering, and business support functions, ensuring compliance, lifecycle planning, and performance oversight. One unique aspect of the FFS branch is that we work across nearly every major civic collective agreement. Our workforce includes members from ATU, CUPE, CSU, EFFU, and IBEW. This requires strong coordination and collaboration coupled with workforce planning to ensure we can consistently deliver maintenance services across the city. Fleet and Facility Services operates within a complex compliance environment. On the legislative side, we adhere to provincial and federal requirements such as the Occupational Health and Safety Code, the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, trade agreements, and other regulatory standards that directly impact maintenance practices, fuel management, procurement, and asset operations. In addition, we operate under a number of city policies and standards, including corporate fleet management standards, asset lifecycle management policies, and living wage directives. Much of our day-to-day work is ensuring that maintenance activities, fleet operations, and facility management remain compliant with both external legislation and internal corporate standards. Next slide. This slide provides a very high-level overview of our budget. For 2026, Fleet and Facility Services has approximately $91.4 million in tax levy funding supporting our operating requirements, along with a 4-year capital profile of approximately $135 million. I'll walk through the details behind both our operating and capital budgets on the following slides. Breaking down our capital budget, the majority of our capital funding is drawn from the Fleet Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Reserve. This reserve supports the planned replacements of vehicles and equipment as they reach the end of life, including fire apparatus, sanders, plows, lawn and turf equipment, as well as other municipal fleet assets. The difference in capitalized costs between assets can range significantly. For example, a fire aerial rescue truck costs approximately $3 million, whereas a parking enforcement hybrid SUV may cost about $50,000. Over the last 4-year cycle, we have committed to and replaced over 1,100 units for the city's fleet. In addition, Council previously approved $11.2 million for the zero emissions vehicle profile. This funding was to be used for the transition to lower and zero emission vehicles, including incremental replacement costs for moving diesel vehicles to hybrids or zero emission, pilots and proof of concepts as we evaluate emerging technologies. The remaining $4.3 million of capital supports smaller but necessary capital programs. This includes legislated and operational requirements such as shop tools, hoists, and other related equipment. Together, these investments ensure we can safely replace aging assets while continuing to modernize the fleet over time. Our total 2026 expense budget for the branch is approximately $365 million. Of that amount, the majority is driven by recoveries and revenues, with nearly 75% funded through internal fleet recoveries, intra-municipal recoveries, which is our facility recoveries, grants, and external revenue. This results in a net tax levy requirement of about $91 million. From an expense perspective, our largest investments are in personnel, materials and supplies, and contracted services. Personnel accounts for roughly 38% of our budget and reflects primarily a frontline-facing workforce. Materials and supply represent about 33% of our budget and include major cost drivers, as Craig mentioned, such as fuel for the organization and parts for both our vehicles and buildings. External services account for about 18% and support contracted custodial work and specialized maintenance work. We also transfer approximately $31 million annually into the Fleet Replacement Reserve to ensure long-term asset sustainability. While we maintain a disciplined cost structure, our budget is under pressure from several key external and operational levers that impact the tax levy. Things such as increased maintenance and lifecycle costs from the age, number, and high utilization of our fleet and facilities, a large number of mandatory legislative and preventative maintenance requirements which require dedicated resources and specialized compliance, rising custodial and repair costs driven by social disorder and heavy asset utilization, and like many other organizations, we face significant cost increases from global inflationary trends and ongoing supply chain disruptions, which increase the cost of parts, materials, and contracted services. The next slide provides a quick overview of how recoveries are distributed across the branch. The majority of fleet operations are fully cost recoverable, with client departments holding the funding for maintenance, fuel, and lifecycle costs associated with their fleet. Facility maintenance services operates under a more hybrid model, with a combination of tax levy funding and recoveries, depending on the nature of the work and the assets that are being maintained. Stepping back to overall expenditures, the trend for fleet and facility services has generally remained below the cumulative growth for the corporation since 2019, which reflects sustained efforts to manage costs and operate efficiently. Over that period, there were deliberate reductions tied to operational shifts and changes to how services were delivered. More recently, the upward pressure you see is largely driven by external cost drivers, including inflationary impacts on parts, materials, and contracted services, as well as wage and benefit settlements that you've seen in other presentations. This is the result of disciplined cost management over time, with escalating cost pressures in the last couple of years that are largely outside of our day-to-day operational control. Looking specifically at our net requirement, it's important to note that Fleet and Facility Services operates with a significant cost recovery model. So not every expenditure change translates into net tax levy impact. The net requirements trend highlights the portion that is not recovered and is funded only through tax levy. Earlier reductions were achieved through modernization and operational changes. More recently, increases are being driven by the non-recoverable pressures mentioned previously. Inflation and contracted work primarily in our core and flagship facilities, wage and benefit changes, and overall growth to our population and facility footprint. In terms of our staffing, our FTE levels are closely aligned with the services and facilities we are responsible for operating and maintaining. As new infrastructure comes into service and operational demands increase, staffing requirements naturally grow to support these assets and maintain service standards. This includes areas such as transit-related infrastructure, new and expanded facilities, and evolving service expectations across the city. At the same time, a number of our continuous improvement and efficiencies initiatives have helped moderate the pace of FTE growth. While these efforts may not always result in direct net savings to the corporation, they do help mitigate cost pressures by improving productivity, optimizing workflows, and allowing us to manage growing service demands more efficiently, even in the context of aging infrastructure and increasing operational complexity. As we transition into performance and measures, it's first important to understand the scale and diversity of the portfolio that Fleet and Facility Services is responsible for. Our teams support and maintain a diverse range of city assets, including recreation and leisure facilities, administrative and operational buildings, attractions, transit and transportation infrastructure, public safety facilities, as well as a large inventory of outdoor infrastructure amenities, such as spray parks and splash pads. In total, this represents thousands of assets across multiple classifications, each with different operational, legislative, and maintenance requirements. Our role includes preventative and predictive maintenance, custodial services, emergency response, and lifecycle support to ensure these facilities remain safe, functional, and reliable for both the staff and members of the public. The following slides will highlight some of the key performance indicators we use to monitor service delivery, asset condition, and operational effectiveness across this broad portfolio. Starting on the facility side, Edmonton stands out amongst pure Canadian municipalities due to the scale, diversity, and operational spread of its portfolio. Unlike many peer cities such as Calgary, Toronto, or Saskatoon, where significant portions of civic assets, attractions, or commercial spaces are managed through arm's-length agencies and third parties, Edmonton maintains a highly centralized and asset-diverse portfolio within its corporate maintenance function. This creates both operational intricacies and greater accountability, but also creates an opportunity to leverage maintenance expertise and utilize economies of scale for cost effectiveness. In terms of our portfolio mix, our responsibilities extend well beyond traditional office and civic buildings. As mentioned, we support major recreation centers, transit infrastructure, including LRT and bus facilities, emergency services buildings such as fire halls and police facilities, waste and operational sites, as well as major attractions such as Fort Edmonton Park and the Valley Zoo. In addition, a large number of parks and open space assets made up of many small and geographically dispersed structures are under our portfolio. Our leased portfolio adds further complexity, particularly with commercial and not-for-profit spaces, which require different service models and enhanced contractual oversight in some cases. To manage this breadth, Edmonton operates a hybrid service delivery model that combines city staff and contracted services. This approach improves coordination, performance management, and oversight, and provides a stronger operational efficiency compared to fully outsourced models. From a custodial perspective, we align our practices with APA, which stands for the Association of Physical Plant Administrators, outlining operational guidelines for educational and public-facing facilities. APA custodial levels provide clear, consistent standards for visually evaluating cleanliness. There are 5 service levels, with 1 being the highest. Most public-facing facilities, such as City Hall and recreation centers, are maintained from a custodial standpoint at level 2, while most non-public-facing buildings are serviced at level 3 standards. Both of these service standards support health and safety, aesthetics, as well as life cycle preservation, while balancing cost effectiveness. Performance is monitored through regular inspections and annual client feedback. Finally, when comparing in-house trades to contracted delivery, the city continues to see strong value. On average, in-house delivery is approximately 51% lower than industry. While direct comparisons can be challenging due to the variability in external market rates, our blended internal trade rate is between 26 and 74% lower than local industry trade rates. The internal delivery model continues to provide strong value in maintaining the facilities and assets that city programs and services require. Similar to our facility portfolio, the fleet side of the branch reflects both significant scale and operational diversity. We are responsible for the lifecycle management, maintenance, and support of thousands of vehicles and pieces of equipment across the organization. This includes light-duty vehicles, heavy-duty units, specialized equipment, emergency apparatus, transit buses, and seasonal equipment such as sanders and plows. Our client base spans nearly every operational branch of the city, including Edmonton Transit Service, Fire Rescue Services, Parks and Roads, Waste Services, Community Standards, as well as EPS. Each of these clients has unique service requirements, duty cycles, and operational expectations to which we respond to. Our role also extends beyond maintenance alone. It includes procurement, fuel management, lifecycle planning, regulatory compliance, and ensuring fleet reliability so that frontline services can operate without disruption. On the fleet side, recent reports have compared Edmonton's municipal fleet to peer municipalities such as Calgary, Ottawa, and Winnipeg. Starting with fleet mix, Edmonton's fleet composition is broader than many other Canadian municipalities. We support a diverse range of specialized, highly utilized, and critical to service units delivering frontline services to Edmontonians. That breadth and depth can add operational complexity compared to more standardized municipal fleet models that may have less variability in the equipment that is maintained, but allows us, like mentioned previously, to utilize expertise and economies of scale for cost reduction. From a vehicles per capita perspective, Edmonton operates approximately 2.4 vehicles per 1,000 residents based on a 2021 report. That places us below Calgary and Winnipeg and slightly above Ottawa. In other words, Edmonton sits mid-range amongst peers and is delivering services with a fleet footprint that is efficient and well-scaled to our population rather than oversized. This data was taken in 2020 and 2021, and since that data was captured, Edmonton has experienced significant population growth. While this would further reduce our municipal vehicles per capita calculation and suggest a leaner fleet, it also creates increased pressure on service delivery as the city expands and there is larger demands on fleet-supported services. To address this, we are working with our partners to bring Council an overview of where strategic fleet growth is required during the 4-year budget this fall. Looking at operating budget per capita, Edmonton had the lowest municipal fleet operating budget at approximately $62 per resident at the time the report was taken, compared to Winnipeg at $64, Calgary at $73, and Ottawa at $89. This comparison includes municipal fleet vehicles only, with transit not included for both the city and our comparators. Like mentioned previously, the rapid population growth would drive this number down from the 2021 report, which could seem favorable, however, does not account for the requirements to provide service for a growing city. From a cost and efficiency perspective, our in-house maintenance service delivery remains competitive with local industry. Our heavy-duty maintenance store rate is significantly lower than industry at about $140 compared to the industry average of about $175. Our rate on the municipal light-duty side is about $122 compared to the industry average of $132 as of the end of year of 2025. Similar examples were used on the facility side. These comparisons are not meant to suggest that all work can be done in-house, but rather to demonstrate that municipally delivered service remains competitive relative to what the external market charges for similar work. Overall, this benchmarking reinforces Edmonton's fleet services are operating within a competitive range with a lean footprint and disciplined cost structure, despite increased intricacy and service demands. Before touching on the performance measures I identify on this slide, I want to note, like many other branches and departments, we track a number of KPIs. The ones listed here are only a subset, and there are many more KPIs tracked across the branch. These enterprise performance measures reflect key cost efficiency indicators across both fleet and facility services. Currently, we remain within our target ranges across all 4 measures, including flagship building cost per square foot, transit maintenance cost per kilometer, municipal maintenance light-duty cost per kilometer, and heavy-duty cost per kilometer. This reflects continued operational discipline and cost control across a large portfolio. However, what we are beginning to observe is gradual upward pressure on all of these indicators. Factors such as aging infrastructure, increasing asset utilization, and constraints in renewal funding are beginning to influence maintenance costs and lifecycle performance. While we continue to focus on efficiency and preventative maintenance, sustaining these performance measures within targets is becoming increasingly challenging over time as those assets age and cost pressures continue to rise. So while current performance is in range, these indicators also serve as an early signal of emerging operational and financial pressures that will require ongoing management. The next slide highlights some of the work that we are doing with external and partner agencies. We work with local and regional companies, provincial agencies, educational institutions, and private sector partners to support operational delivery and innovation initiatives. This includes proof of concept and pilot work in the hydrogen and zero emission space, where collaboration has been essential in advancing technology adoption while managing risk for taxpayers. Beyond innovation, we also provide ongoing maintenance and service support to partners such as EPL, AHS, and the Edmonton Police Service, ensuring critical assets remain safe, reliable, and operational. We also maintain strong relationships with the University of Alberta and NAIT, supporting trades development initiatives, research collaboration, and workforce pipeline development. These partnerships help strengthen long-term capacity while contributing to continuous improvement and knowledge sharing. Collectively, these relationships allow us to leverage expertise, share risk, and enhance service delivery beyond what could be achieved independently. Next slide. We continue to undergo regular independent reviews and audits to strengthen governance, performance, and service delivery for our branch. The facility maintenance service audit began in November 2024, and we are currently on track to complete all recommendations by May of 2026. This work focused on strengthening processes, controls, and operational effectiveness across the facilities portfolio. Municipal fleet maintenance is also currently under audit, with anticipated findings in April and coming back to audit committee with recommendations later this year. In addition, previous work through the Reimagined Services Review and the Program and Service Review, including jurisdictional benchmarking that was referenced earlier in this presentation. That benchmarking work began in July of 2020 with the final report being published in 2021 and has helped inform many of the efficiency and service delivery improvements implemented since that time. Collectively, these reviews support continuous improvement, strengthen accountability, and help ensure we continue to deliver services effectively and responsibly. Over the past decade, Fleet and Facility Services has undertaken sustained efforts to identify efficiencies and reduce costs while maintaining service delivery. This is something that's in our DNA. Since 2016, the branch has implemented dozens of operational improvements and reductions, equating to approximately $116 million in cumulative savings over that period. The most significant reductions occurred between 2019 and 2022, where $20 million in ongoing savings were delivered to the city through transformation initiatives and operational changes. These efficiencies were driven through a number of internal reviews, including fleet governance, vendor and contract management, parts and preventative maintenance optimization, and facility maintenance service delivery. Together, these reviews help streamline operations, improve lifecycle planning, and reduce reliance on higher cost external services where it was possible. It's also important to recognize that service delivery within Fleet and Facility Services is closely tied to the asset base of the city. As the city's facility footprint or fleet inventory changes, our operational requirements scale accordingly. Similarly, when the city grows and assets expand, our service demands increase. This scalable model allows us to adjust service delivery in alignment with the number and complexity of assets that are being operated and maintained. Overall, these sustained efficiency efforts have contributed to long-term cost controls while allowing the branch to support a continually dynamic and growing asset portfolio. In 2025, Fleet and Facility Services continue to advance innovation and operational improvement across several key areas. From an energy transition perspective, we have played a leading role in advancing hydrogen initiatives within the region. This includes proof of concept work and pragmatic evaluation of charging infrastructure and multi-platform approaches to lower vehicle emissions. We also continue to pursue financial and operational efficiencies through vendor negotiations, strategic procurement adjustments, and targeted growth pilots. Governance and strategy work within fleet operations has helped strengthen oversight and align long-term planning with fiscal responsibility. From a safety standpoint, we rolled out several key initiatives, including piloting a digital inspection dashboard for our staff that are not in front of computers to improve real-time oversight and compliance. We also enhanced our asbestos and hazardous material handling program to further strengthen regulatory compliance and worker safety. In the hydrogen space, Edmonton remains amongst the first in Alberta to operationalize hydrogen-based fleet initiatives within a municipal context. Finally, from an operational excellence perspective, we progressed our fleet strategy and governance project and continued piloting emerging technologies to improve asset management with enhanced maintenance planning and data-driven decision-making. Collectively, these initiatives reflect steady and a pragmatic approach to innovation focused on safety, fiscal discipline, and long-term sustainability. As we look ahead, there are several challenges impacting Fleet and Facility Services. One of these is the impact of climate change and the need to adapt both fleet and facilities to evolving environmental and operational conditions. In response to this, we are continuing to advance the Green Fleet Strategy, expanding building automation and energy optimization programs, and taking that pragmatic approach to lower and zero emission vehicles through pilots and proof of concepts rather than large-scale deployments without operational certainty. Another ongoing pressure is scaling operations to match city growth. As new facilities, transit infrastructure, and services come online, operating requirements increase. The Fleet Strategy and Governance Initiative continues to help the city right-size and manage fleet growth in a disciplined, data-driven way ensuring decisions are aligned with the service needs, financial capacity, and long-term sustainability requirements of the organization. Aging infrastructure and operating impacts of capital remain a key challenge. Delayed renewal increases maintenance frequency, costs, and downtime across both fleet and facilities. In response, we have partnered in asset rationalization efforts and implemented lifecycle strategies such as the Bus Midlife Refurbishment Program, which has extended bus life from approximately 12 to 14 years up to 18 years, improving asset utilization and delaying replacement pressures. Finally, like many jurisdictions, we continue to face challenges in recruiting and retaining skilled trades. We are closely working with our partners in HR on targeted recruitment campaigns and strengthening partnerships with post-secondary institutions to support workforce development and maintain the technical capacity required to operate and maintain our assets. There is no single solution to these pressures, but through a combination of strategic planning, governance, lifecycle management, and workforce development, we are continuing to manage these challenges to the best of our ability. As you are aware, there are several policy and investment levers that are available to Council that influence the long-term sustainability of fleet and facility services. The first relates to renewal. The City continues to manage a large and aging asset base, and maintaining appropriate investment in renewal helps preserve asset condition, reduce failure risk, and manage long-term operating costs. Where renewal investment is constrained, assets in fair condition may decline further, increasing demand on maintenance resources and placing upward pressure on operating costs. Sustained renewal investments support greater asset uptime, lower lifecycle costs, and on the fleet side, reduced spare requirements. The second lever relates to the City's asset portfolio. Through the asset rationalization framework that was presented earlier by IAS, Council has the ability to reduce the overall facility footprint by addressing underutilized or high-cost, low-value assets. Divesting or repurposing assets allows resources to be concentrated on maintaining and renewing the remaining portfolio, helping mitigate pressures associated with aging infrastructure and new growth. However, the decision to divest is challenging, as it may result in the elimination or change to public-facing services. Finally, continuing investment in predictive maintenance and asset intelligence technologies can help support a shift from reactive and scheduled maintenance towards a more data-driven approach. Technologies such as Internet of Things-enabled sensing, smart building systems, and condition-based monitoring across both fleet and facilities allow potential failures to be identified earlier, reduce unnecessary maintenance intervals, and lower reliance on manual inspections. Over time, this can help mitigate pressures associated with aging assets, constrained renewal, and growing service demands. Collectively, these levers influence the balance between asset condition, operating cost, and service reliability as the City continues to grow. Thank you, Mayor and members of Council, for your time and attention today. We appreciate the opportunity, and we're open for questions.
Thank you very much. Because I'm going to have to sneak out a few minutes early, I'm going to take the chance to go first and turn over the chair to Councillor Salvador. And that's okay. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Just a number of questions. So on the benchmarking piece, and you started touching on this, I'm wondering if we should be basing this off the per thousand or based off the lane kilometers of road or the acres, hectares of park space. Like, to me, that feels like a more relevant measurement. So is some of the work that you referenced that's coming up going to look more at that than the population?
Absolutely. That's going to be in the ETS and PARS presentation coming up.
Perfect. Even better. That's great. Do we know, and I guess to that question, and maybe this is not one that you'd have on the fly here, but I'm curious how much our fleet size has grown or not in relation to the growth of that inventory. Would that be in the presentation, or is that something we can get in more detail as we go further?
It's something we can follow up with in terms of exact numbers, but I can tell you not much.
That was my understanding, and so I think it's important to be able to show, like, if we've added 3,000 kilometers of road in the last decade, or I think it's 4,000 or something like that, and how much or how little we've added, that might help be able to paint a better picture of what we're facing on that. So that's helpful. And so I think when you look at the external services piece of your budget, I get that we're not going to buy 100 new pieces of heavy-duty equipment for snow removal, as an example. We contracted out 100 during that most recent snowfall, but based off the growth of our inventory, you're going to do an analysis to say, okay, we shouldn't have 100, but we probably need 25 more to be able to respond to this level. And this might be a bit of more of a Parks and Roads question, but it is a fleet question because you're going to be maintaining that infrastructure. So
yeah, we'll touch on that a little bit in the Parks and Roads presentation, but in general, we want to be, we're always looking at, does this make sense to have in-house versus contract out? How much do we want in a surge capacity versus what's ongoing, operating, long-term? And so then each of those decisions, as the city grows, that total cost of ownership project, do we need capital? So all of that is part of how we're planning.
Great. This, again, probably a question more for the Parks and Roads piece, but I am curious about, where we're deploying equipment from. I appreciate we're building Ambleside, but at this point now, with how much our city has grown, even just where we deploy equipment from, there is a significant travel time. So, which in a turn actually does probably create a wear and tear piece there if it's driving an extra 45 minutes to an hour to even begin its equipment. So you're doing some of that work. Is there some?
We even have a slide with a photo of how our districts are planned. And when I say districts in this context is how we deploy from what yard to service what part of the city.
So that's coming up.
So that's coming up.
Perfect.
But that's part of the planning we're doing, in collaboration with our partners in UPE in terms of where is the city growing, where are the people going to be, where are the roads going to be that we need to plow and the trees that we need to trim, and then planning where do we need to be stationed in order to have that most efficient delivery of all those services.
Great. The question on the lever that you talked about for predictive maintenance technology, I think a few years ago, I referenced Saskatoon's using AI to help predict when certain equipment on the vehicle. Are we using that yet, or is that something still to come? I mean, how quickly can we pull that lever? Because that feels like a lever that just makes a ton of sense to pull, because it seems to be working in a lot of other areas to get better data. What are we looking at on ours?
So we've made a number of strategic investments into telematics, into GPS on the fleet side of our business, and we do have a number of buildings that have automated technology, our building automation program. It has not been enhanced since that last conversation, Mirnak.
Okay.
We are planning on coming with the 4-year budget cycle with a budget package that highlights what we have the ability to do and the capital investment required.
Show us and the benefits and maybe some data from other cities that have been using it and the savings they've found by going that route. Fantastic. That's great news. I think the only other question I would ask in the time I have, are we looking as part of our fleet conversation, I'm not looking for us to, we clearly can't downsize, but if we're looking at trying to keep up with the pace of growth, I think I've seen our floor cleaner out in City Hall is occasionally automated right now. Are we looking at more automated mowers, automated snow blowers, automated things that can help address the significant growth in our inventory, recognizing that we probably, as much as we want to scale up everything, I want to have everything with a person, based off how quick we've grown, we might need more automated things to help supplement the growth in the actual people we need to.
I can say short answer is yes. That's another speaking point in the Parks and Roads presentation.
Okay,
we've got some mowing robots that we've piloted. So those are the types of things we are looking at. How do we deliver this most efficiently? And so when I say the city's growing, we don't always need to grow proportional to the city's growth. We need to scale, and so that's why I try to use the word scale.
Yeah.
How do we use innovation technology to scale to address that growth, not necessarily one for one?
Love it. Okay, I'm out of time, and I'll leave the chair in Councillor Salvador's hands.
Great. Thanks so much. Councillor Morgan, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I was looking at the intermunicipal recoveries there, 37 million roughly there. I just get frustrated when maybe can you explain that revenue first, I guess?
Absolutely. So that's on the fleet side of the business, we have fleet recoveries. Intra-municipal recoveries is facility-related work that we're doing that is not tax levy funded. It's funded by the client departments. So some things in recreation centers, think work that we might be doing for EPL, EPS, et cetera, that would be billed in intra-municipal recoveries.
Okay, cool. So again, I get frustrated a little bit with one city department paying another city department. It's all the same taxpayer. It's all the same overall budget too. Is there a better way to deliver an account for that, in your opinion, or maybe in Craig's opinion, or Eddie? I don't know.
I could say, we've looked at different ways of accounting. I think this is more of a way of how do we want to account for things to incentivize improvements? And so in this case, you know, we do have a team, a financial team that supports so it's not like, I would say it's more of an accounting function to best represent where is that money being spent. And so we wouldn't want to just pool everything together, because then you can't slice and dice the data to better understand how are we delivering that service or how are we fixing those things. So I think there's trade-offs with each of them. This is where we sit right now in terms of how we're accounting for that. But I don't know if you want to elaborate any further on the fleet side.
Yeah, there's pros and cons of doing it both ways, Councillor Morgan. One of the things that we do find good about this model is our client groups are challenging us all the time. Because the budget is held by them, they want to make sure that they are getting efficient and effective service delivery. And so they're coming up with ideas all the time to help control their budgets as well. But there are pros and cons to both models.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So I guess it's probably lead me to my next question related, I guess, a little bit. I'm surprised that we're still coupled with ambulance or doing work with ambulance. And so that's a service that's contracted out to?
It is, yes. So AHS has approached us, and we are the vendor that is maintaining ambulances. It is not only cost recovery, there is a profit for the city in that as well.
There's a profit for ambulance. Okay, cool.
Correct.
And what about the EPS maintenance? Is that cost recovery?
That is full cost recovery from EPS's budget, correct? There is no profit element in that piece.
And is that something we're doing? Like, I saw a bunch of other partnerships there later on, but I don't really know the extent of those partnerships. I don't know if you can speak to that. I was like, we're doing that with Strathcona County too? We
are maintaining buses for Strathcona County, Beaumont, and some other regional partners, but that's the extent of it. We're not, taking any business from the private sector, so to speak. We're only working with other arm's length government and government entities.
Is that cost recovery or is that revenue generating?
It is revenue generating.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. And that fleet, do I have time? Yeah, fleet mix. We have a wide variety of fleet there. And I understand that there's some cost savings in some areas. Is there greater costs in maintaining, having specialties, in knowing how to maintain different things, or having stock of parts that we wouldn't necessarily need if we had all the same vehicle? Or
Absolutely, and over the last couple of years, some of the savings that you see are exactly from what you mentioned, is standardization. Making sure that every department, for the type of vehicle that they're using, is given the same vehicle, so our supply chain is less complex, et cetera. But when we look at specialty equipment, Council Morgan, specialty equipment is specialty equipment. We don't have a ton of it, but our service partners require it to deliver service. When we look at the cost effectiveness of the model, like mentioned on the heavy duty slide, we are significantly cheaper than industry. So having that equipment being maintained elsewhere would actually cost taxpayers more.
okay, so I'm confused because I thought it said we had a greater mix of vehicles and stuff.
Yeah, so that was in comparison to other municipalities. And what that means is some municipalities will only, for example, within their fleet section, maintain parks and roads type vehicles. They may not maintain police vehicles, which is under their police department, or fire vehicles or transit vehicles, which may be under those departments. We are a holistic fleet maintenance department as opposed to fragmented in different parts of the organization.
Okay, I'm gonna ask real quick here. Do we keep a stock of parts and such, for kind of making sure that we can turn things around pretty quick? Is that something?
The answer is yes. Yeah. And in the corporate services presentation, Mr. Sarabi had talked about a parts transformation initiative that's ongoing as well to improve stock of parts, costs, as well as availability.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thanks so much. Looking at the time, we're almost at our 3:30 break here, so we'll pause for 15 minutes and recess until 3:45, and we'll see everyone shortly.
Councillor Principe. Hello, Councillor Morgan.
Hello.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Clark.
Present, good afternoon.
Councillor Tang. Oh, I think I heard her. Hello, hello. Councillor Tang's here. Mayor Knack had to step away. Councillor Parmar, are you online? There you are.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette. Not here. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Elliott. Councillor Elliott, are you online? Maybe you'll be with us momentarily. And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, great. So just a quick note before we continue on with questions on the board here. Just a little bit of agenda management, recognizing the time and the presentations we have in front of us. I think if it's okay with everyone around this table, we'll finish this item, go through all the questions, have an opportunity to go in private as well. But I don't think we'll have time to have some continuity between presentation and questions for any additional items and presentations. So if everyone's okay with that, we'll probably end after this one, and just wanted to make that clear for administration as well, just so that you're not waiting around, okay? Okay. I'm sorry. We're looking forward to it as well, but we will get to you eventually. Okay, Councillor Parmar for questions.
Thanks so much, Chair. And thanks so much for the presentations. I had a question around, specialized versus non-specialized fleet. And the reason that I ask is when when I went to the snow and ice ride along, what I saw is that a lot of those pieces of equipment aren't bought off a lot. They are fitted. They're fitted for purpose and built for purpose for an Edmonton workforce. So I was just trying to understand from a fleet perspective what would be considered specialized and what would be considered non-specialized. And do you have a sense of the mix of that?
So for us, we define specialized equipment as equipment that's not available off the lot with minor upfitting. So it would be things like your fire apparatus, et cetera, that have a lot of different components to them that you are able to customize upon ordering.
On the snow and ice one, I could just add, what I'm thinking you're referring to is the belly plows and what we'll use with those, which is helpful for an efficiency sake, because we use those same trucks in the winter as we do for paving in the summer. So we'll take the blade off, change the box on the back, and be able to use that same truck for multiple seasons, so it's not sitting in a garage for half the year. So those particular trucks would be specialized, but also are used for multiple different seasons.
Okay, and so would you say is the specialized versus non-special? And so, sorry, would you say that the belly plow and the sander would be a specialized or non-specialized?
They would be a specialized unit, Councillor Parmar.
Okay, great. And so would you say that it was, sorry, what was the break? Was there more specialized than non-specialized?
No, there's significantly more non-specialized. So things like lawnmowers, your F-150 type truck, your small to medium SUV, those are non-specialized units that you can generally just order out of a catalog or off the lot, like you mentioned.
Okay, great. And so and the utilization, do we know what the downtime for these pieces of equipment are?
Yes, and it depends on the branch and the type of equipment, but we have detailed statistics around spare ratios, asset downtime, availability, et cetera, that we share with our client groups regularly.
And so if I were to just expand on that a bit, that kind of touches on what Councillor Morgan was talking about in terms of parts. And so trying to match the service, how many of those vehicles do you need to have up in order to deliver the service? How do we have the high consumable parts available, but not too many, so you're not holding up too much shelf space? So all of that work gets done to try to make this like as an efficient as of a process as possible, so we don't have too many vehicles that cost a lot of money. We don't have too many parts that take up warehouse space, but we have the right amount of the right parts and the right amount of vehicles to try to maximize that uptime in order to deliver on those service levels.
So you're always looking at the fleet and looking at the continuous improvement of that to say, if we don't need this piece of equipment or this F-150, we're taking it out or we're selling it. You're always looking at that.
That's right. And I'd say as well, like, do you need a 250 or a 150? Could it be hybrid? How do you like, do you need, or could an SUV work? So not trying to provide the type of equipment for the function that needs to be delivered.
And is that oh, go
I
ahead.
might add to that, we also don't look at that in a silo. We look at that across the organization. So if one business unit is, for example, requiring one less light-duty pickup truck, before we buy a new growth unit, we would see, hey, could this be repurposed for another business unit?
Okay, that's great. And is that a manual process or is that a computerized process?
It's all through the Fleet Strategy and Governance project. I would say there is elements of both automation in terms of the flags, but then also a manual check to make sure there is compatibility, the age of the unit, what the business areas requirements are, etc. So it's a bit of both.
Okay, I probably won't have enough. I'll go for a second round, and I just wanted to understand the describing climate change impacts to infrastructure. I wanted to dig down into that a little bit more on my next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah. So you said, and I got this quote in your presentation, that the budget in this area is under pressure. Right? Where is the biggest source of pressure?
The biggest source of pressure, I would say, is aging infrastructure, as well as material costs and external supply chain costs. We're thankful that Council addressed a lot of this during the last budget cycle for the structural budget variances that we saw, but those costs continue to rise. And then the tariff situation is also creating a lot of uncertainty, given where some of those parts are coming from.
I'd also add, like, the social situation in Edmonton with graffiti, vandalism, those types of things. Those are also growing
Yeah,
costs.
because I remember that what was the presentation that we had where you talked about the increase in graffiti calls? Do you know what we had a whole conversation about it?
Yes, I remember the presentation. I can't remember which exactly one it is, but
I remember it being significant, though. It was a significant increase in calls for graffiti.
Yeah, and vandalism, broken glass, shelter, things like that.
And that falls under this area.
Yep.
When it's on so even if it's like a bus shelter.
Bus shelters is a ETS budget.
Oh, okay.
Item, but that kind of speaks to the overall. I guess it depends on which one it is. If it's going to be, say, like an LRT. Go ahead.
Yes, bus shelters would be under our purview in terms of when we're cleaning them. We also have written into that contract for the removal of graffiti, just to be cost effective. When somebody's already there, we don't want to send somebody else to remove the graffiti. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay. And then I apologize because I was at the EPS graduation, and so if this overlaps or intermingles, but I think we've established that fleet and facility services is very overlapping with multiple departments. In the IIS presentation, it talked about 100% funding for minor renewal. And I'm just wondering when something is minor renewal versus maintenance and how these two departments interplay and are interconnected that way.
I'm wondering if we have anybody on the line from IIS.
Councillor Rutherford, it's Pascal Douceur. So the minor renewal programs are very much geared towards responding to things that are out of the realm of work of maintenance or that are brought up by our maintenance colleagues. And so in the earlier presentation, I used an example as roof leaks. This is where a coordination between what facility maintenance services is able to do and what would be above and beyond their capacity or their responsibility or their budget. And then we coordinate together to understand when does it become a capital project. So there are criteria related to what the scope of work is, what the financial value of it, and then between FMS and IIS, we would coordinate to understand who's better positioned, who has the the expertise to be as efficient as possible to deliver on these types of work.
What about like with age, as you know, as we talk about aging infrastructure, at what point do we say like how do we determine when maybe the like regular maintenance isn't worth it? That like do you know what I mean? Like there's times when I think about, and again I only know this more for the neighborhood renewal because it's such an established program, but if you know that neighborhood renewal is coming in 4 years, you don't necessarily maintain the sidewalks at the same level you would if neighborhood renewal isn't scheduled to come in. How does that interplay
Yeah, so
in
that's
facilities and fleet?
Yeah, so that's a collaboration between IAS and Fleet and Facility Services. When we do have major renewal projects coming in, of course, we talk to each other. The intricacy there, though, is that there are some legislative preventative maintenance things that are required. So
Okay.
we can't scale back the frequency of our boiler checks because they're being replaced in
Absolutely.
3 years, for example. But where we are able to move to either a run-to-fail model or a model where we can decrease service frequency, it is something that our teams will talk about.
And so how have you been involved with the asset rationalization? I know you mentioned it in your presentation and stuff, but I just want to make sure that
I'm a part of the committee.
you're part
So
of the committee.
absolutely,
Perfect.
yes.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson, over to you.
Oh, it's a different chair voice. We've, yeah, thank you so much. I think, you know, some of my questions are building off of Councillor Rutherford's. Just, so I appreciate sort of the decision points around whether it's an operational fix or an IIS project. I'm just wondering how that flows with budget. Because of course, when something becomes an IIS project, I think there's more likelihood it can be financed versus paid for in operating dollars or cash. So just wondering if we feel that there's efficiency there right now in terms of how funding, like operating funding for capital investments is managed, and whether, like when we have composite profiles, is your group able to tap into those from an operational perspective? Like just trying to understand how that money flows, who holds that, and what's the optimized approach?
So what I would say is work is ongoing right now around the delivery and the budget of those, I would say, smaller scale or less risky capital improvements. And we are working collaboratively with our partners in IAS to see if more of that work should be potentially done in-house using funding sources that exist. Don't have a definitive answer for you right now. That work was kicked off at the start of this year, and hopefully we have more by Q3 or Q4, but our teams are meeting about it regularly.
Okay, well, that's really exciting to hear. I appreciate that work is underway. I think I heard the answers with Councillor Morgan's questions, but again, sort of the fleet services receivables and the intermunicipal, that is taxpayer dollars, but held in other branches. Yes, okay, and then really appreciate the revenue generating. I think that's a really exciting one. Have we looked at opportunities for expanding that further in terms of other groups that we can offer those services to, if again we were able to make a profit on it?
So we have, the issue becomes capacity with the aging fleet, knowing that we need potentially more assets coming online. We are not currently resourced to actively be looking for business. There's also some considerations that we have in competing versus private industry. So we are likely currently only evaluating opportunities that come in from arm's length government agencies or government agencies directly.
Okay, and then again, forgive me if this is really basic questions. So when we are gaining that revenue, that's what would be under the user fees, fines, and permits? I'm just like a branch operations has some money coming in there. Municipal fleet maintenance, user fees, fines, permits. It's about 4.6 million in revenue.
You're referring to, that probably would have been slide 4. I believe that would be covered in like the Parks and Roads branch in terms of like some of the road right-of-way permits, OSCAM permits. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm looking, so this is in the attachment 1, page 8. So program summary by account by category, and this is under the municipal fleet maintenance, sorry.
I'd have to circle back. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay,
Yeah, my guess would be that it would be as a part of fleet recoveries. And then what we would do is we would use those dollars to offset the rates that we provided to internal clients.
I think that's covered under fleet services though.
Yes, this one. The municipal fleet maintenance, user fees, fines, permits, this money here, the 3-ish million.
Yeah, we'd have to circle back with you, Councillor
On that
Stevenson.
one.
I don't have that one in
Okay.
front of me.
Yeah, just as in terms of so where we can see that, again, if that is user, or, sorry, the revenue generating opportunities, or if that is OSCAM, for example, just helpful to have a better
Yeah,
sense of
that one would not be OSCAM, sorry. I thought you were
Okay.
referring to the department overview slide. This attachment is the fleet and facility branch. So we can just get clarity on what that row is on page 8.
Perfect. And maybe one other clarity point, the transfers to reserve in the branch operations, 31 million. Just wondering where that's coming from, what that 31 million is for, what reserve it's going into.
Yeah, so I can answer that. I did get an answer. Our team's online. So you were right, Councillor Stevenson. That 4.1 million is our revenue from third parties.
Perfect.
In relation to your question on the fleet, the 31 million, that is money that we collect on behalf of the corporation, and it's immediately transferred into the fleet replacement reserve that I talked about that we use to replace fleet at the end of life cycle.
I see. So it's still city.
Of course, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a few questions as well. Councillor Clark, if you could take the chair.
Yep, taken.
Yeah, thank you. And I deeply apologize. I just had to step out momentarily, so hopefully I'm not repeating. But I was just seeking out some clarity. So on the 31 million that goes into the fleet reserve, understanding sort of the breadth of fleet that covers. So fire is included as part of that. ETS not. EPS has their own reserve, correct? That is
ETS has their own capital profiles.
EPS is
EPS,
also,
correct.
yeah. So with fire, when I'm just thinking about just the challenges of aging assets and more specialized and expensive equipment. How are we prioritizing within the fleet reserve, and is there supplemental support on the renewal side coming through the dedicated renewal fund eventually, or are those completely independent, or would those be stacking? Just recognizing fleet and facilities are two of our biggest.
So what I can say from the fleet replacement reserve, it's
Yeah.
not for any growth units. It is only to respond like for like on replacement units.
Right.
In terms of the other question, I think our finance partners would be better positioned to answer.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand how some of the work we're doing around the dedicated renewal fund would intersect with existing reserves that are earmarked specifically for replacement.
I'll start, and then maybe Mr. Rye can add anything that I miss. So to the extent that you have, I would say overall for renewal, we're looking at it across categories, but where you have a specific reserve, like a fleet reserve, at the same time we're looking at our renewal, we have to look at, is that reserve sufficient? Because that funding strategy is tied to that reserve. So if we don't have enough in that reserve to replace like for like, we have to actually make a change to how we're establishing those reserve transfers on a regular basis. I would just need to check on whether the renewal amounts actually are contemplating the higher reserve, higher reserve transfers necessary.
Okay.
And maybe to supplement that, we did a reserve study last year in 2025 in advance of the 4-year budget cycle. And though there are significant cost pressures from the cost of vehicles going up, we are currently in a position as of the end of 2026 where they say that the reserve is healthy and we can meet our renewal needs over the next 24 to 36 months. We intend to do another reserve study during the next 4-year cycle to avoid having to come back to council for an infusion of one-time capital to renew current vehicles like for like.
Okay, great. That's really helpful to understand. And When I look at the performance measures, what is the primary performance measure we look at to understand the increased cost of service delivery as a result of delayed maintenance or delayed renewal? Like, what is the metric that we would be looking at to understand that over time?
We'd be looking at failures. And that metric is not here. It's a metric that we can, follow up with a memo. But the frequency and the costs associated to failures due to maintenance or age of asset is one of those metrics that we can use to help us tell our story in terms of the lack of renewal funding or end of life cycle assets failing.
Are you able to share a little bit, like recognizing it's not in front of us right now, just giving me a little bit of insight on what that looks like?
Absolutely. So I think there's a strong correlation between the asset rationalization work and some of those failures that we are seeing in those single pad arenas and other various asset groups across the city of Edmonton, where we start dealing with complex systems such as ammonia plants, Freon, et cetera, and they start to age, they get quite expensive to repair. Those repairs, often we have to make a decision as administration, do we want to do a Band-Aid solution to keep it going for another couple of years, or do we want to do a full-out replacement? And we are currently in a bit of a period of uncertainty, whether or not we invest significant amount of capital dollars to do full revamps in those facilities, or continue to just try to make things work for a short period.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to ask one question. I don't think you'll have time to answer it, but I'll come back. So just around the fleet strategy and governance project and our opportunities to scale and match growth, when new assets are contributed, do we have a standard way of accounting for the additional cost and service requirements associated with that growth, or is it on a more of an ad hoc basis?
I'll answer it purely from a fleet perspective.
Sure.
When a new fleet asset is added, do we have that capability? Yes. However, it's on our client groups to determine when that asset needs to be added because of the turf they are maintaining or the laneway kilometers increasing or the work that they are responsible for.
Great. And I can move an additional round.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright, I think. She won the race. Please vote on the next round.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I will mark. Councillor Jans, are you there?
I'm a yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried, I'm sure. It's 12-0, yep. Next up was Councillor Morgan. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I had two questions here. Not forgotten what one was. The one I got here though is providing a service as a contracting out service to like our partners out there. Is that coming at the expense of maintenance of our own vehicles at all? Are we still prioritizing getting our own stuff done first, or?
Yes, we would only look at those contract opportunities should we have the adequate people power and resources to look at the city's service levels first.
Okay, cool. I can't remember what the other one was, so I'm going to go to another one though here. The great performance measures here, everything's looking like good. Is there ones that aren't so good? I'm seeing a lot of the good performance measures across all the presentations.
Yes, so some of the ones that we're struggling with is, for example, on the facility side, we have legislative maintenance intervals. For example, that maintenance needs to be required semi-annually, for example. So are we still hitting those semi-annual marks? Most of the time, yes, Councillor Morgan. But what will happen is instead of having to do that work in June and December, we might have to shift it to do it in July instead of June, given the failures and other things that we're seeing. So that is one of our EPM metrics that would not be in the green right now, given just the timing. So is the work getting done? Is the legislative maintenance happening? Yes, but it's not happening on the day that it was scheduled to happen, given other failures and things across the organization. So that might be an example there.
Sure. Are we able to see those performance measures?
Absolutely. We can follow up with some additional performance measures for you as well.
Sure, that'd be great. Thanks.
You'll see some other ones in other presentations where there are some in the yellow and the red. So we're not just cherry picking the ones that are in the green. And we maintain like a huge set of KPIs that we track to manage a lot of the day-to-day. No different than what you would have seen in the control center or any area in ETS or every branch. So these are just a snapshot, but we use like the enterprise performance system EPM to track a host So this is just a small piece, but if there's more we can share, happy to.
Sure. Yeah,
And
I'd
I
love to
know
see
that'll
that.
be a part of the council conversation as well, coming in April, in terms of the KPIs to match council priorities. That'll just be like at that level, and then from there, there's going to be like, you know, the department branch section, more operational type KPIs that we use for more of the day-to-day work.
Councillor Morgan, I might add, and of course with bias, but when we're out at industry conferences talking about asset maintenance, more often than not, other municipalities are looking to Edmonton as leaders in terms of driving down maintenance costs, innovation, and continuous improvement, than vice versa. So I think that does reflect in our performance standards that they are quite good. The thing that keeps me up at night, though, is those performance measures are getting worse and worse. So in order to continuing to maintain those cost per square foot, cost for transit maintenance, et cetera, renewal is the thing that is required that's going to be able to do that. There's also going to be secondary positive impacts of renewal. For example, spare ratios. So if you have a newer fleet, and we'll pick on transit or a specific fleet, if you have a newer fleet, you actually need less fleet because you have less failures, less equipment in the shop, et cetera. So it's a two-pronged benefit of renewal. By not only does it help you either mitigate your growth pressures, but if you are not growing and the service is remaining the same, you would actually be able to achieve similar service with less fleet because you have less spares.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to try to say this in a form of a question, but I really appreciate the ingenuity that our people are putting into maintaining that stuff much longer than life cycles can. So, and that's in transit, and that's in fleet, and all the rest. Don't you think?
Totally agree. And we have a video in the ETS presentation. We're not going to go through the video, but there's a clip that you can watch later about exactly that, the U2s, like how the team has gotten creative to maintain the old U2s. Now, we've since entered into our agreement with Hyundai Rotem in terms of buying those new LRT trains, but you're absolutely right. I think, to answer your question, there's a lot of creativity that goes into maintaining older things to provide that service.
With the 35 seconds left, Councillor Morgan, I will mention that if you are keeping your assets online too long, sometimes the repair cost of those assets exceeds what the asset is actually worth. And so we have to be very mindful of that as well as an organization.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tay on the first round.
Yeah, no, I thought that was pretty thorough, like most presentations. I think this is probably most directly tied to quality services priority, right? And I think one of the questions I've been kind of just thinking about as I go through all these presentations is like, well, what if this element of your work stops tomorrow? What would be affected? And is it fair? I think when it comes to maintenance, I think it will affect a lot of the services delivered by other departments and branches.
Yeah, and it goes both ways. So if we were to stop maintenance, it would impact the service. But if you impact the service, then it impacts the maintenance as well. So and that goes both ways, growth or reduction. And so I know the fleet and facility branch has done a good job of when there's an increase in inventory, we'll have to match that and scale that. But it goes the other way around. So when we divested the maintenance around the EPCOR vehicles, there was a reduction a number of years ago as well to scale down to match that reduction. So that type of scaling, and so we really see, although embedded in the city operations department, which we still feel makes a lot of sense, they really are a corporate service in terms of managing and maintaining all of the corporate vehicles and buildings and facilities, and working with all of the different partners to make sure that if EFRS needs more fire trucks, that we've got the right amount of mechanics and space and parts to keep those running so they can keep providing that service.
Right. I feel like that was an example of the EPCOR vehicles is a good example of maybe reducing something.
Yep.
With the sort of the collection of KPIs that you're managing and overseeing, do you look at the failure you just mentioned earlier, Arjun, that when you look at something like that, are you like, this is where we could be reducing something? And I imagine you're doing this exercise all the time, something that, this exercise we're about to kind of embark on for the next few months overall. can you give me some other examples of things that you've kind of looked at system-wide overall that you've managed to reduce or stop?
Yeah, I can talk about something like maintenance intervals. So maintenance intervals, Councillor Tang, is something that's by the book. Think about your car mechanic saying, hey, every 6,000 kilometers you need an oil change or something like that. We've challenged the status quo, and while maintaining all of our warranty obligations for the city, we've been able to do real-time testing to say, hey, is that maintenance interval correct, or can we stretch it out? And every time you're able to stretch it out and you're able to do it without causing failures, that results in an efficiency for the organization. Because now, without having a negative consequence, you might be able to do those oil changes at 8,000 or 9,000 or 10,000 kilometers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the fuel, another one would be, for example, in fuel services, like we actively negotiate that contract. And last year, we were able to achieve a $3 million reduction to how much the city of Edmonton is paying for fuel. The one nice thing about our positioning in the organization, because we touch every branch and department, we oftentimes have feedback for other branches and departments. They may not like it, they may not like it, but it's a gift and a curse. But oftentimes when we do see opportunities for collaboration, efficiency, etc., we are well positioned and partnered to be like, hey, have we thought about getting out of this asset or replacing this asset with another? An example I can give you recently is with the last couple of years, EFRS had a type of vehicle for one segment of their fleet that was not anywhere else in the city of Edmonton. So we sat down with them and saying, hey, this vehicle is not only more expensive, it has more emissions. Could we go to vehicle X instead, which is lower emissions, it fits better with city strategy, but it also costs 30,000 less per unit. And they were receptive to that, and we implemented that. Those kind of continuous improvement initiatives, they happen every day. They don't come to the level of council, but I think they are reflected in some of those charts that we showed for FTE growth and for cumulative financial growth. The only way we're able to keep up with a larger, more complex and aging portfolio is really embedding that in our work every single day and working collaboratively with our partner groups where we might be an influencer and not necessarily a decision maker.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I guess I'm sort of along the lines that as you're talking, I guess the other parallel question I had in my mind as I wrap my head around all these budget presentation is, what is something you're going to stop? That makes sense. But also, like, what are we missing out on? Like when we stop doing something, are we missing out the opportunity to further, do better in our service delivery? But anyways, I'm out of time. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Just a few last questions with facility maintenance services. The external services is around 54 million. And I'm assuming that's the custodial contracts? No? What are those?
No, that would be external services. It is including custodial contracts, Councillor Stevenson, but it's also work that we would contract out. After hours maintenance, work that EPCOR would do, say we had a water main break, etc., where the city is responsible for paying, but we are not responsible for delivering.
Okay, so do we have a ratio of sort of internal custodial services versus external?
Absolutely. It's 68% of our spend is external and 32% of our spend is in-house. I wouldn't reflect that necessarily just to FTE and salaries, because our contractors would also include vehicles, cleaning equipment, supplies, and other things. But that ratio is 32% internal spend versus 68% external spend.
Okay, and what sort of ongoing processes are there in place to ensure we're getting value from doing it external versus in-house?
It's quite a simple calculation. We are able to tell where the in-house work makes more sense versus the custodial that's contracted out. In-house, we do primarily things like City Hall, EPS facilities that require enhanced security clearance, etc. And external, we do things like the cleaning of our bus shelters is sourced out, the cleaning of some of our specialty equipment, some of our recreation centers. It's a hybrid model and it's a mix, but it's very easy to dive down into the specifics of how much you're paying.
Just because Arjun mentioned dive down, one of our contracts is scuba divers that look at the pool components so they don't have to be completely drained. But it wouldn't necessarily make sense for us to have that so that's just one example that we wanted to dive into.
Yeah, for sure. And I think scuba diver, yes, maybe makes absolute sense, that approach. I think just sort of some of those basic, more standard services, especially as we've introduced the living wage policies. It's interesting to me that there still seems to be such a strong cost advantage from externalizing that. Like, where is that delta then? If it's not in the wages, where is that efficiency coming from that external groups are able to provide?
I would say it comes from a number of factors. Many of our external contractor providers on the custodial side are not unionized workforce, so though they are given a living wage, they're also able to leverage things like economies of scale. Giving a specific example, if we had person X responsible for the 8 to 4 shift at facility Y, if it was internally contracted and that person was on vacation or away, etc., we would have to find either another internal resource to do that work or contract it out for that day or for that period. Whereas external contractors, because they may have thousands of employees across the city of Edmonton, for them, they are able to meet those service level needs without that personnel overhead in many cases.
Interesting. Thank you. That's very interesting. And then, sorry, just I noted there's on the slides and in the attachment, there's a $4.5 million grant in municipal fleet maintenance. Is that the provincial, like the bus cleaning grant?
No, that's for the proof of concept that we're doing in hydrogen.
Okay,
So that provincial grant is coming through Emissions Reductions Alberta, where we provided assets that they would be able to test potential hydrogen retrofitting or hydrogen uplifting on, as well as some real estate for the mobile fueling station, and they match that with grant funding.
The slide shows that that's the 1.6 million. So capital shows the 1.6 million. There's an asterisk that says provide from Emissions Reduction Alberta, but not the 4.9 million in operating. Oh, I see. GOA is still zero emission fleet project. Okay, my apologies. Great. Thank you for clarifying. Really appreciate all the great answers.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I wanted to stick on, I think I had a line of questioning similar to what Councillor Salvador had, but ran out of time, around the role with this area, and when there is handovers of assets, even something like a park bench, right? Or park spaces, playgrounds from a developer. How do you have, and you mentioned something when you were answering somebody else about when you have decision-making power and when you have influence. Does fleet and facility maintenance get any sort of decision-making authority or influence in what that comes in, and the cost and requirement of any enhancements that are involved in that?
I would say yes, and I would say it's getting better every day, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
A park bench might not be the best example, but an example might be a large-scale recreation center that we're building, or another city building that we are working with IIS to create. Having something called the plan review team, which is made up of frontline trade staff, assists IIS in designing things that might be very expensive to maintain, though they may be aesthetically pleasing or moving forward. So we would work with them on things like what HVAC units to be using, types of flooring, etc., that really help us reduce that operating impact of capital when that facility does come online.
I guess the reason I brought up because I'm not talking about with IIS, I'm actually talking more about the stuff that comes from planning and development services. So, for example, there's a lot of contribution agreements with developers that they will provide park space, or they will provide, X, and they negotiate the X number of benches. And I know some councillors are frustrated because, and I'm one of them, like, it seems like even something as simple as getting a bench can be really challenging sometimes, even if the developer is willing to pay for it. But there's a maintenance cost to those things that I'm trying to get at. Would that fall under your area?
Yes, and it's a yes and. We had a great conversation last Thursday with our partners in UPE in regards to, is there a way or a policy lever that we have within city's control to help direct our partners for developer contributed assets or other things to narrow down what they can do to ensure longevity of maintenance. And I don't want to speak on behalf of Parks and Roads or other branches, but what the gist of what we were trying to get at as an organization is, instead of giving developers, hey, here's 400 types of park bench you can install, could we say, here's 5, and this is the materials you have to use, and this is the design standard we have to use. So those conversations are happening. We literally just talked about this last Thursday, collaborating with those folks. And I would say, on my personal journey with the city has been with 13 years now, I'm more optimistic than ever that we're heading in the right direction, having those difficult conversations.
Great. Well, and it makes me feel good that the questions I've been asking for 4 years are having some impact in the organization, and many of my other colleagues have been asking as well. One of the things that you mentioned, and that's the thing that probably keeps me up at night, is the recruitment and retention of skilled trades. Are we at optimal levels of our mechanics?
No. And
Yeah.
we are doing dedicated recruitment campaigns. We are trying to incentivize people with things as basic as having signage up at our facilities that, hey, we recruit mechanics. So to walk you through that process, previously, a couple of years ago, we might have had a LinkedIn posting, but that demographic may not be using LinkedIn, but they might be driving around neighborhoods and saying, hey, we're hiring welders and heavy-duty mechanics. That's really helped. We're also working with our recruitment partners on how quickly we can turn around offers. Oftentimes, these trades individuals will apply to 2 or 3 jobs and have 2 or 3 offers at once. So the speed in which we get them an offer is great. We're also trying to, showcase the city as a fantastic place to work. So Fleet and Facility Services earlier this year worked with the recruitment on a video to talk about the work and the impact of our work to try to drive
So what's
more
preventing?
interest.
So what? Like, you're doing all these great things. Why are we not able to retain?
It's not about retention, it's more so about attraction.
Attraction. Okay.
Yes, our retention numbers are well within the corporate limits
Okay.
of our workforce. It's how do we get not only candidates, Councillor Rutherford, but good candidates.
Fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to pick up on the point that was made around maintainability, and I guess the level of influence that can happen in the early stages of a project. So understanding that there's the plan review team, I'm trying to get a sense of how much influence is around that table. Is there a standard or a policy that guides that work to make sure that those sort of those frontline voices who are the ones who are going to be maintaining said asset are around that table?
The answer is yes. There is, on all of our major projects from a capital perspective, the plan review team takes part and does, look at the drawings, look at the materials that we're using, et cetera. I would say even in recent years, it's been enhanced to major renewal projects as well. So not just new builds, but our plan review team is also looking at major renewals and seeing if there's ability for us to optimize costs through the materials, designs, and other things that we create. The policy piece comes later, I would say, Councillor Salvador, of how do we now change official policy to create an environment where things are selected that are only highly maintainable. There's a give and take, because sometimes the most maintainable asset might not be the most cost-effective one.
Right.
And so we have to balance some of those challenges when we look at renewal, capital construction, et cetera, in determining the best path forward. A lot of this work is bundled under the total cost of ownership project that Craig referenced earlier. There is a lot of opportunity for us as an organization when we look at the total cost of ownership to say, hey, are we putting in a cheaper part to only spend way more on maintenance? Or conversely, are we spending too much or over-engineering something to save on maintenance, but it doesn't make sense? So that would be under the total cost of ownership work.
Okay, fantastic. And I'm assuming the answer is yes, but is there also sort of a post-project assessment that happens as well, so that future iterations and improvements can be made as different assets come online?
Yes, there's a post-project, but it's ongoing. It's not just a post-project one and done. As things come up over the life cycle, we are making sure that we are, collaborating and conversating with our peers around the organization about the impact. Because post-project year one, Councillor Salvador, everything might be working perfectly.
Yeah.
Then 5 years later, you're like, oh wow, this make and model is giving us failures all over the place. So we're making sure we have that as a consistent and continuous process as opposed to a one and done.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions in private for this group here that people have? Maybe? You can. You want to try to ask it, and then we'll see how it goes. Yeah, let's see. If Councillor Clark's question can only be answered in private, then let us know. But Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, just one question, just on the asset rationalization. I'm assuming, like we're saying, get rid of high cost, low value properties. Can we get into examples of that, or that's where I was thinking, is that more in private or whatever? I'm assuming you've identified what these are if it's in the presentation.
Well, you're thinking like towards that last slide around asset rationalization. I don't know.
Craig?
Yeah, let's go Pascal.
Okay. So Councillor Clark, it's Pascal Dussart from IIS. So we have a report coming on April 8th about asset rationalization program, and you'll be provided with where we're at with the program, what we've looked at, and what's in the works. And so I think that should answer your questions at that time.
That's it. I'll wait till then.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. It's 4:32 and it's Friday afternoon, and you've already decided? Good. We're just calling good. We're taking the, we're ending school a little early. Everyone's going to get outside, go relax. Yeah, send everyone home. You all get to leave school early today. So what will happen next is on the next day of this meeting will continue on March 13th. Running from 9:30 to 5, and then what we'll do is we'll be starting with, at that point in time, will we be starting still with 3.7 or just go in order at 3.6, Parks and Roads first and then ETS?
Just go in order.
Just go in order at that point? Fantastic. So we'll go in order, so it'll be Parks and Roads, Edmonton Transit, and then we'll move into Fire Rescue, Social Development, Community Standards, and Community Recreation and Culture. We likely don't get through all of that on the 13th, but we still have actually 3 more days, so we're making good time, and that means we can keep it going. But if we finish this 5-day council meeting early, that's perfectly fine as well. So with that said, we will take recess until March 13th at 9:30. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for all the presentations. This was a great discussion.